our executive session, so I'll call us to order briefly. Announced on our agenda was the need for an executive session pursuant to ARS 38-431.03 A and 3. The governing board may convene an executive session for discussion or consultation for legal advice with the governing board's attorney regarding Arizona open meeting law requirement. In consultation with our attorney today and with the superintendent, there is a need to postpone that executive session for a later date to be announced. And I am open to entertain a motion for that before we move to the special organizational meeting at 6 o'clock.
Dr. Santa Cruz, I move that we table this discussion for future.
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Carr. Thank you, Ms. Uggetti. We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing that there is no discussion, then we will vote. All those in favor of tabling, you said tabling, right?
Yes.
Mr. Carr?
Yes.
Tabling the executive session as announced on our agenda, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, the same. Motion carries. We are postponing executive session, and we are in recess until 6 p.m. when we convene our board organizational meeting.
Do we really get recess?
Yes, but you can't hug anybody.
Are there ropes?
Yes,
Thank you. Where are they?
they're with Dr. McCord, and he's not here, so you'll have to find him.
Here I am.
Oh, there he is. Ms. Uggetti would like a jump rope.
I just want recess.
Oh, we've got those.
We're about 20 minutes away from the start of the organizational meeting. I want to thank you for wearing the appropriate face coverings while you're in the room. Please make sure that your mouth and nose are properly covered and that you're wearing the mask appropriately. Thank you. Good evening. This is Monday, January 4th, and this is a special organizational meeting, brief board meeting, and a business meeting immediately during the process. We are at item 2. We have postponed the executive session that is listed on your agenda, and that will appear at a later date. Item 2.01 is a call to order. 2.02 is a roll call. Ms. Wilson, would you please call roll?
Miss Laurie Wood,
Here.
Mr. Reed Carr,
Here?
Dr. Charles Santa Cruz,
Here.
Miss Sheila Ujedi,
Here.
Miss Jill Humphreys.
Here.
Mr. President, all board members are present. You have a quorum.
Thank you, Mrs. Wilson. We're at item 3.
Dr. Santa Cruz?
Yes, Dr. McCord. Didn't mean to ignore
Can I
you
make
there.
a couple statements?
Yes, I know you and
All
I
right.
spoke earlier, and you have some information to present, so please go ahead.
Correct. First, I want to let everyone know I am not in attendance in the meeting because today I tested positive for COVID-19. I had some symptoms of the past few days and decided to go get tested, so I am calling in for the meeting, so I wanted to make sure everybody knew that. Secondly, as we move through this pandemic, and this will be our process moving forward for our board meetings in terms of masks, please be aware during board meetings and while on GPS property, you're required to wear a mask. Additionally, your mask will cover your mouth and your nose at all times. If you've chosen to address the governing board during the call to the public, this evening or any evening coming up, you're required to wear your mask while speaking. If you don't have a mask, you can find one at the table in the hallway, as well as hand sanitizer. If for some reason individuals choose not to comply with our mask requirements, you'll be asked to leave the premises and you can view the remainder of the meeting online. We thank you for your assistance to help with the health and safety of our students, staff, and community. Thank you, Dr. Santa Cruz.
Thank you, Dr. McCord, and take care of yourself and get well.
Thank you, sir.
Item 3, we are at the organizational portion of this meeting, and it is the nomination of officers for the governing board, item 3.01. What I will do is read for or request nominations 3 times and receive those nominations. At the end of those 3 requests, we will vote on those who have been nominated for the various offices, and those offices include board president and board clerk. So, as we look over the business and the responsibilities of the board president is obviously representing the board in public activities and also presiding over the meetings and assisting and identifying items for the agenda at each board meeting and making sure that all board members are duly informed through the appropriate processes that are in place through the superintendent. So with that, we will be accepting nominations for president. Once president is elected, then I will move from this chair and the new president will proceed with the rest of the nominations.
Dr.
Board-
Santa Cruz?
Ms. Ujedi,
I would like to make a motion that we continue to have you as our board president during these very trying times. You have been a rock and have helped us get through a lot of issues. And I don't think right now trying to make that change would be a good thing for us. So I'm going to ask that we nominate you to be the board president for the next year.
thank you, Ms. Ujedi. Before I accept, I think there needs to be a second, and then we'll call for additional nominations if there are any.
I will second.
Thank you, Mrs. Humphreys. There is a nomination and a second. Is there an additional nomination for board president? Making a third request for a nomination for board president.
Anybody out there want to do it?
Hearing no additional nominations, then we will vote. You have one nomination before you, and I'm not sure if happy is the right word, but I am certainly willing to serve for another year if that is the desire of this board. There are equally capable candidates on this dais, but I understand the rationale and accept the responsibility. All those in favor of the nomination as presented by Ms. Uggetti and seconded by Ms. Humphries, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, the same. Motion carries, and it appears that you are stuck with me for one more year.
Dr. Santa Cruz, if I can just add, hopefully we have a normal year this year that you can preside over.
We are going to work hard at trying to get there. The next nomination is for board clerk. The board clerk obviously is responsible for activities in place of the president should the president not be available, and for signing of appropriate documents as necessary through business services and the superintendent, and presiding over meetings in the absence of the president, as my understanding. At this point, I will again call for nominations. I will do that 3 times, and then we will vote. Is there?
I would like to just say that I would like to continue with what we have, and we have a very good clerk with Mrs. Wood. So I think we should continue with what we've done for the last year.
So Ms. Uggetti has nominated Ms. Wood to retain her position as board clerk. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Mr. Carr. I will request nomination a second time. Is there another nomination for board clerk? I will request a third time. Is there a nomination for board clerk? Seeing that there are none, we will vote. All those in favor of Ms. Wood continuing as board clerk for the next year, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, the same. Thank you, Ms. Wood. We're in the soup together, all 5 of us. The next item of business is meeting times, and during this past year, our meeting times have been 6 p.m. for regular board meetings, 5 p.m. if we have a need for executive session, sometimes earlier, but typically 5 o'clock. And our policy meetings have been at 11:30. Is there a request to change those, or is there a motion to change those, or to remain as we are?
Dr. Santa Cruz, I have felt this has worked very well, so I will make the motion that we keep the times the same as have been this past year.
Thank you, Mr. Carr. Is there a second?
Second.
There is a motion and a second. Any discussion regarding our business times and board meeting times? Seeing no discussion, then we will vote, and meeting times will remain as they have been, 6 o'clock, 11:30, and 5 for executive sessions, 11:30 for policy meetings, 6 o'clock for regular business meetings and work study sessions. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, the same. Motion carries. We're at item 4.02 is a review and approval of rules of order, and we have been using Robert's Rules as our foundational document, and we have utilized an ASBA hybrid format for our own purposes to streamline our business. It has, in my opinion, worked well for us. That is Rules of Order Policy BEDD. Is there any request to change that or a motion to continue? And a second, please.
I move that we continue with policy BEDD per
Is there-
rules of order.
Thank you, Ms. Humphries. Is there a second?
I second.
Thank you, Mr. Carr. So it has been moved and seconded that we continue with policy BEDD, our rules of order for operating our meetings. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, the same. Motion carries. Next is 4.03 is board appointments to various committees. And just as a review, we have a policy committee, which is a committee of the whole, enrollment management committee, which is a committee of the whole, legislative representative, which has been occupied by me during this past year, Town of Gilbert liaison, and City of Mesa liaisons. Gilbert liaison is Mr. Carr. Mesa liaison is Ms. Wood. Gilbert Education Foundation has been Ms. Humphries. Insurance Trust representative has been Ms. Ujetti. And the Audit Committee has been Mr. Carr. Is there a desire to change, or is there a sweeping motion to continue committees as listed? I am open for a motion.
I think someone can amend it, but I would just move that we continue with the assignments as have been, and in discussion, if someone wants to propose a change, we can substitute that motion, but we'll start the discussion.
Okay, we have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Second to continue committees as listed and as they have been. Anyone interested in discussing whether or not any changes or shifts and adjustments should be made?
I'm perfectly happy to continue a second year with my assignment, so I do think we should change once in a while, but I think we did change last year, and it seems like putting 1 year and a second year kind of helps us get continuity and understand the role that we have on that committee and how to support those people.
Thank you, Ms. Humphries. I concur with your assessment, and I am willing to continue in my role as legislative representative as well. Other board members, your preferences or comments? Seeing that there are none, I am accepting that there is a concurrence and that we will continue with committee assignments as listed and as they have been. So all those in favor of committee assignments being retained as they are, please signify by saying aye.
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 Those opposed, the same. Motion carries. We are at item 5, which is the adjournment of this special organizational meeting. Is there a motion?
I move to adjourn.
Thank you, Ms. Humphries. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Ujetti. There is no need for discussion. All those in favor of adjourning this organizational meeting, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, the same. Motion carries. We are adjourned from our special organizational meeting. We will now move to our brief board business meeting, and we will, once again, for the record, do a roll call. Ms. Wilson.
Dr. Charles Santa Cruz,
Here.
Ms. Laurie Wood. Here. Mr. Reed Carr,
Here?
Ms. Sheila Ujetti,
Here.
Ms. Jill Humphries.
Here.
Mr. President, all board members are present. You have a quorum.
Thank you, Ms. Wilson. We'll now move to item 7, which is a request to speak to the governing board. And we have this evening 70 people who have requested to speak to the governing board. We will move through that once we have played the recorded message, please. The board may make an open call to the public during a public meeting, subject to reasonable time, place, and manner restrictions to allow individuals to address the public body on an issue within the jurisdiction of the public body. At the conclusion of the open call to the public, individual board members may respond to criticism made by those who have addressed the board, may ask the staff to review a matter, or may ask a matter to be put on a future agenda. However, members of the board shall not discuss or take legal action on matters raised during the open call to the public unless the matters are properly noticed for discussion and legal action. During the open call, the board requests that speakers refrain from voicing complaints against school personnel or any person connected with the district, as it may impact due process rights. Policy KE, KEB, and KED are provided by the board for disposition of legitimate complaints, including those involving individuals. Forms required for use of these policies can be obtained from the Gilbert Public Schools website. Thank you. We have 71. One additional speaker made a request there just after I announced the number. Just as a item of information, all of us have reviewed and or read all of the emails or many of the emails that have come to us. And so we have a very good understanding of where people lie relative to the issues. All we would ask is that appropriate decorum prevail. We understand this is a passion-laden item, and we will listen intently and act appropriately and judiciously when it is our time. So I will call in groups of 3 as we work through the 71 requests to speak. First up is Ms. Bonnie Hickman, Mr. Nevin Colley, Jocelyn Crozier.
Thank you, board members. Let me start by saying that as an educator for 26 years in the district, I respect our board and our leadership, and I will abide by whatever decision happens tonight. I just want our community to be able to work together and to heal together. On August 11th, the board made a decision, quote, that they would reopen schools when it was deemed safe according to health benchmarks set forth by the ADHS and MCDPH. Based upon that, parents and teachers decided which model was going to be the best for them and their families, either in person, online, or flex. We also have to follow Maricopa guidance about face coverings, and it's on our website. So we probably should be listening to their guidance as well. Some people might think it's silly that teachers are concerned about getting sick, but New Year's Eve, hundreds of kids in the Gilbert area ended up at a New Year's Eve party. We want to start back to school tomorrow. But it's an incubation period. We're only supposed to have half of our kids, but like in my class, 7 of my kids are on-site kids, and because there's no subs, they're in my room also, so it's not half. Our rooms are about 30 feet by 30 feet, which is from that wall about to the camera up there and out to the area where this thing is. And we've got, anywhere from 23 to 30 people, depending on how many are there in that space. There's no more CARES Act to cover the employees for the minimum of 10 days that we would be out if we got sick. But there's no hospital beds anyway, it sounds like. But I do want to thank you for putting 9.02 on the agenda, because I know at least you know that we're concerned about it. Hopefully we're going to start getting the vaccine soon. I've prepared my classroom and myself as best I can. I have a top-notch air purifier in my room. I have a schedule. The kids wash their hands every hour. And I have 3 weeks of sub-plans ready. You know, my son is grown, my will's up to date, and I know where I'm going after this world. So I'm not worried. I'm not afraid. But I do want to be prepared. So I would just ask that at a bare minimum, we maybe have hybrid for 2 weeks just to deal with the incubation period until we know what's going on. I know it's going to be difficult to have in-person schooling, though, if we end up with too many teachers in the hospital or actually not surviving COVID. So thank you for listening.
Good evening, Board. So I wanted to start off just mirroring what Ms. Hickman said. There was a vote at the beginning of the school year, and many people made decisions based on that vote. I was actually given, I was going to teach online virtually. When the board voted that we would follow benchmarks, I felt, and many people felt, that that was a healthy, safe way to go. And so I decided, okay, I could be in our class with those benchmarks. You know, I have to take care of my family, but if we're following benchmarks, then I can do that, okay? With that said, we need to continue to do that. The benchmarks right now say that we should go virtually. Governor Ducey said that we should keep schools open safely. And he said on many occasions that safely is basically guided by the State Department, the State Health Department. So the State Health Department benchmarks and the county benchmarks that we've been following all say that we should be virtual right now. That's been the same for 3 weeks running. We need to follow those guidelines. Schools are based on guidelines that we need to follow. If a student has lice, we have guidelines to take care of that so there's not a spread of that, right? If a student has said that they're feeling suicidal, we have guidelines to take care of that. If there's an active shooter, we have guidelines to take care of that so that the students, the staff, and the community are safe. COVID is the same thing. We have guidelines to follow so that the students, the staff, and our communities are safe. So I implore you, I know that I'm a parent. Many parents are really, they have a lot to deal with. And I totally understand that this creates a hardship. But we need to keep people healthy. We need to keep them safe. We need to follow the benchmarks and those guidelines to do that. I really appreciate your time and your service. Thank you very much.
After Ms. Crozier, we'll do Phil Shuren, Jennifer Eberhaus, and Chris Bollinger. Jocelyn?
Thank you. Hey, I don't know if anybody else feels a little deja vu tonight, but I'll tell you, I didn't realize how many times I was going to get to wear my cute green shirt when I ordered it back in July. But I'm here, first of all, to thank you, Dr. Santa Cruz and Reed and Lori, for your words and thoughts at the December 15th meeting. You guys talked about how you read the emails from parents. Dr. Santa Cruz talked about how he spoke to many teachers about the lacking of education in our hybrid and our virtual classrooms. And we all appreciate your willingness to stand up for our kids that day. We cannot thank you enough or tell you how much as parents we appreciate someone helping our children. Now, we are all here tonight because of the rumorings we've heard about a teachers association that thinks they may speak for the majority. And I'm just here to tell you that they do not. They do not speak for the parents in our community, and they most certainly do not represent the needs of the children in our community. They do not have our students' best interests in mind. I appreciated Governor Ducey's remarks this week as he was put in a very similar situation to what you're in tonight when he was asked by Kathy Hoffman to mandate a school closing. His office issued the following statement: Governor Ducey will not be considering this request or issuing this kind of mandate. This is a local decision. The online option is already available. The governor has repeatedly made his preference clear. Kids have already lost out on a lot of learning, and he wants schools open. We're asking you, please follow our governor. Please open the schools. Do your job and represent the community. I know it's hard when there's a lot of noise. I know that there's an association that has a lot of voices, but our children only have your voice. And we voted you here to represent our kids. We voted you because they need you. And I want you to know that if you vote for our kids, you will not stand alone. We are here to help. If these teachers walk out, we will walk in. We will sub, we will volunteer, we will do whatever it takes to keep our kids in school. We appreciate all you've done. We appreciate the concern you have for our kids. But please do not forget their best interests. They need to be in school. They need this more than anything. And there are options for online. If teachers feel they need to move that way, if students feel they need to move that way, they should. But for the rest of us, we're begging, please keep our schools open. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, board. My name is Phil Sharon, first-time speaker, long-time viewer. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak here. I'm going to be as concise as possible. I don't know any of you, so you wouldn't know that I'm not concise, but you'll find here shortly. Some of the things I wanted to share real quick here. I want to, first of all, thank you for your support leading up to this unfortunate pandemic. We've all obviously been forced to make very difficult decisions. Ms. Sheila Ugetti obviously voicing to say, hey, why don't we continue some things that have been working? And some points that I want to mention tonight are, we've got many options for children to continue to be educated. One of those options is in-person education. And my biggest ask that I'm going to start with is that we don't take away that option. There are many here tonight that are currently educators for Online Global Academy that are continuing to push for in-person education to be ended. District has completed surveys in the past. We've seen 89% of teachers and staff, if I'm correct or incorrect, please let me know, that are ready to go back, and we're willing to. So my ask is please don't take away the option for my family, for my daughter in second grade, for my future son that's going to be, my current son that's going to be a future student at Greenfield Elementary. I have many things to say about this, but I'm not here to try and dispel your understanding of COVID. However, I do want to make sure that I'm very pointed to say, please be metacognitive and think about your thinking on the decisions that you're making with our students. We are in our local community here. There are dashboards, yes, that are available. At the same time, there are not dashboards that are reporting suicides happening in Mesa Public Schools. There are not dashboards that are going to tell you about the impact that are happening in people's homes, about what it looks like to try and educate a kindergartner, a second grader, a 10th grader. You've heard many stories about that last time, but I want to just remind you of those things. Last vote, there was a mention from Dr. Santa Cruz about being focused on education, and that is my ask. Do not take away our option for in-person education. To cite some things that I think would be would be worth your time to consider if you haven't already. A study completed by the CDC students that tested positive for COVID were more likely to have attended in-person classes than those who tested negative. But they were more likely to have attended family gatherings, play dates, parties, and funerals. With that, researchers have continued and also concluded studies about how schools contribute to the spreading of the virus in the community. Long story short, it was concluded in Michigan and Washington, if you want to look it up. But at the end of it, they found that when community infection rates were low, reopening schools did not seem to worsen the situation. Even if infection rates were high, it still did not impact reopening schools. Schools continue to remain open. And the last point that I'm going to mention here, there was a study completed.
Time.
It was 90,000 students, and only 30 of them were contact traced back to a school.
Jennifer Eberhaus, Chris Bollinger, and Brian Maurer.
Good evening. I spoke to you at our last meeting. I wore the coat, so you'd remember. I'm speaking to you tonight to tell you how much I appreciate last meeting's vote. It was important. Mr. Carr, you did a wonderful job making that motion, and I felt that you did a wonderful job in your compromise to find a way to keep our schools open, because that is really what we're here for tonight. We have to find a way to keep our schools open. There's no option. Open schools is essential. This is not a parent versus teacher agenda, okay? I can speak for myself, but I know I'm not alone in saying that teachers are essential, and we love our teachers, and we love our open schools. We don't want to see anyone get hurt. But we need to talk about excellence in education, because that is what we have at Gilbert Public Schools. We have an excellence that we have to maintain. Online school is not providing excellent education for every student. It's not. If it was, do you think we would all be here? It's not. So let's find a way to get what we need to have the teachers come back to the school in a safe manner. We need to find that compromise, or maybe we don't, but we need schools open. End of story. I appreciate the vote. I know that these are extremely unprecedented times, and it is very difficult to be a leader in this community. It's always been difficult, but now extremely so, because there's no right answer here. We throw around this word safe. What does safe mean anymore? Is there any safe in the world left? If I feel this, do we not think the students also do? There's no safety at home for a lot of these students, especially the ones completely underserved, that you have a duty to provide excellent education for. It is so vital that we keep our schools open for those underserved and underprivileged students that we do have in Gilbert. Please stay true to your last vote. Be a leader in this community that I know that is very difficult to be. We love our teachers. We don't want to lose our veteran teachers. Let's find a way to keep them safe, but back to their classrooms where we need them to be. Please hold true. Stay fast in your decision. Children are going to be safe. Teachers are going to find a way to be safe. We have to find the compromise. We have to make sure that we are getting our schools open. Thank you.
We have Chris Bollinger, Brian Maurer, and Steve W.
So if Chris isn't here, Brian Maurer, appreciate the opportunity to come. First time here. I've got 4 children, 3 of which go to Gilbert Public Schools. By day, I'm a chief financial officer in the biotech industry and also serve on a couple of biotech board of director roles, including the Arizona Bioscience Industry Association, which represents roughly 600 biotech and medical device companies here in the state. I am in favor of in-person schooling. I'm in favor of having our teachers teach our kids in person, because I think the value of education, the value of future leaders happens in person, not virtually. I have a hard enough time keeping the kids off of video games, and virtual education tends to push them that way. So keeping kids in school is certainly important. Keeping kids in school safely is important. Keeping teachers safe is important. My wife teaches in a different district. She is in person all the time, started today. So it's safe for other districts to be in person. It can be safe for our kids to be in person. The option for in person or the option virtually for those who are at risk or vulnerable, I think should be allowed for both of us. One of the things in my industry that has come across my desk is what's called the Great Barrington Declaration. I don't know if any of you have heard of it, but it's a list of epidemiologists and others who have put together a paper and have produced that and have about 50 co-signers. But the three authors, one's a professor of medicine at Harvard University, one's a professor of medicine at Oxford University, and one a professor at Stanford University. Their whole focus on this paper, which I can leave a copy for you if you'd like, is being a focused protection for those vulnerable. And one of the key objectives for them being focused on those who are vulnerable is to get people back to a normal life, including keeping students in school, in-person school. Keeping them out is what they call a grave injustice, not only to those who are vulnerable, but to the kids themselves. We all know lower childhood vaccination rates, worsening cardiovascular disease outcomes, fewer cancer screenings, as well as the mental health issues that come from what we have are lockdowns and things that are out in society. But for keeping it short, those who are not vulnerable should immediately be allowed to resume life as normal. Schools and universities should be open for in-person teaching. And that was signed by 712,000 concerned citizens, 13,000 medical health scientists, and 39,000 medical practitioners.
Have Steve W., Jennifer C., and Sandy T.
My name is Steve Walker. I am a parent of 3 kids, 2 of which have graduated from Desert Ridge High School, and one that I have, that we have made the decision to unenroll her from Gilbert Public Schools and enrolled her in ALA, and she has had a fantastic experience there. It makes me sad. I grew up in this district myself. I went to many of the Gilbert schools, and I'm disappointed in you. I'm disappointed in the board. I'm disappointed that I have to be here again having this conversation over and over again. It is a bad version of Groundhog Day. I want to thank the many good teachers who are willing to work and teach in person. Your responsibility as a board is to ensure a quality education to the children within our community and to do the will of the people. The people, the parents, students, and good devoted teachers have loudly and repeatedly spoken that our children need and deserve a quality, in-person school experience, uninterrupted. For those good teachers that are afraid of COVID and don't want to teach in person due to the risks of their job, the district should repurpose those teachers if there is an open position. And if not, they should let them go. Those teachers that don't want to teach in person, the ones that want to call a sick out and act like a union and claim that they're not, they need to quit. They need to go get a different job, change careers. I want to thank our healthcare professionals who choose to show up to work. I want to thank the good doctors and nurses and police officers, the firefighters, the members of the military. I want to thank Costco workers and grocery store clerks who interact closely with thousands of people each day. I want to thank prison guards, meatpacking plant workers, and nursing home workers. And last but not least, I want to thank the good teachers who are willing and ready to show up and teach in person. The board sets policy according to the will of the people, and Shane's job is to manage through that decision. Shane, I hope you will do your job well and hire as quickly as needed to backfill those teaching positions.
Yeah. Jennifer C. and Sandy T.
Hi, my name's Jennifer Cave. I'm a parent of 2 kids here in Gilbert Public Schools. Lived in Gilbert for over 20 years. My oldest needed to start kindergarten. We looked at all options. We looked at private, we looked at charter, and we looked at public, and we chose public. My kids are academic, they're gifted and accelerated, so at one point we looked again at public and at private and at charter. And again, we chose Gilbert Public Schools. It's been 13 years, I've got a senior. Very concerned about that because it's not easy. These kids are going through a lot. This pandemic has been most trying for all of our lives, and I'm sure for each and every one of us here. My children have struggled. If you have children, I'm sure you know what I'm talking about. If you're simply human, I think you'll know what I'm talking about. So to have structure is needed. I'm here today to stand up for my children and for all of the children here at Gilbert Public Schools, because no one else is. We are. We're here. I haven't seen that. I've seen it on the December 15th meeting, though, I can say that. They need to have a voice. These children need to be in school. If there's a reason to keep a child home, keep them home. Choice is key here. If the teachers are at high risk, take care of that. But we've been doing this now for 11 months. That's on you. And them. This virus isn't going anywhere. I think most of us here seem to be pretty educated. I think we all know that. We're going to have to live through this. We're going to have to make a plan. And that plan needs to be structured. It's been apparent with everything everybody said, it's not being passed in school. That's obvious. Yes, they're out partying. I can't handle that. I cannot manage that. I am not the police. So we need to come together. We need to have a plan to move forward. On December 15th, this same board walked away from a board meeting with a plan. 1 week of hybrid, then back to full in person. I didn't love that because I don't believe in hybrid, but you know what? I had a plan. As most humans, children work better in structure, so with that plan, I could at least manage my children's expectations and help them move forward. But then suddenly, I hear about a sick out and the possibility that we're going back on that. That's not okay. In my personal opinion, that is unethical and a blatant disrespect for employees, students, parents, and fellow staff members if that sick out happens. I see that they're pulling back on that. That's not okay. If you don't show up for work, you shouldn't have your job, unless you are sick, when obviously, I mean, that's just common sense, by the way. Board members and superintendent, you're the leaders here. This plan is in your hands. As leaders, what you do matters. It matters to my children. It hurts my children if you don't do the right thing. It's been hurting them. I hope you understand. We're here because we have to be. We want you to do what's right for who you're supposed to be here to represent, the students.
Sandy T., and we have Holly T. and Natalie W.
Hello. My name's Sadie, just so you know.
I'm sorry,
It's
Sadie.
okay. It's okay. No worries. So this is my first time here. I've come to the rallies, but I've never come inside. Mostly because I didn't think I would have to. I feel like, based on what my other people have said, that we have been going through this for a little bit too long now. We have had to voice our opinions over and over and over again.
We are the majority opinion. It is what should be listened to. I think my biggest problem that I'm struggling with is that it's inconsistent. Things are super inconsistent right now. Every Tuesday night, I feel myself as a mother of 5 kids having a little bit of a panic because I don't know what's going to happen at this board meeting. I don't know if my kids the next week are going to be out of school and I'm going to have to look my 6th grader, my 2nd grader, and my kindergartner in the eye and say, I'm sorry, baby, you can't go to school next week. You have to stay home, even though you are fine. Your school is fine. Most of you and your friends and your teachers at your school are fine. That is my struggle, is to look my kids in the eye and tell them that over and over again. We need some consistency. We need the plans to follow through. The plan that you guys came up with on December 15th, I honestly didn't mind 1 week of hybrid. It was just another week that I was like, I can do it. I can do this. Because I'm looking forward to the next week where you will let my kids be in school full time. My kids want to be in school full time so badly. I want to just tell you a little bit of my personal experience having a 6th grader, a 2nd grader, and a kindergartner all at home, along with my 4-year-old and 2-year-old, who get mostly no attention because all of my attention is on my school kids. I have to sit with them because 2 of them, one can barely read, the other one cannot. My 6th grader, she's fantastic. You will hear from her in a minute, but still needs help because I'm not a teacher. I'm not built for this. I expect these teachers to show up just like the grocery store workers, just like the healthcare workers. I expect them to show up. We are all doing our best. I expect them to do their best as well. Just my last few things, please keep our kids in school. We've said it over and over and over again. Please, I beg you as a mom. I don't have any medical background, but please keep our kids in school.
We have Holly T., Natalie W., and looks like Caitlin G.
Hi, my name is Holly Taylor, and I just wanted to come up here and say that this has been really, really hard on me and my mom because I will be staying up till like 7 o'clock at night just doing my homework because there'll be like problems with our computer or the internet will cut out, and it's just really hard on us. And because of all the glitches on our computers and all that, it's just really hard. And in school, it's been so much easier to get work done and to communicate with my teacher so much better and to ask her questions. And I just want to say that we need to be in school. Thank you for your time.
Hi, thank you for staying up late another night. I'm amazed that you are willing to do it, and I'm glad you are, and hear us out. I'm a Gilbert parent, and I beg you to please take care of my children. Get them back in the classroom. We desperately want structure. I loved what she said a couple people ago about a plan. I need that plan. My kids need that plan. As a parent, I have done my best to present this as an opportunity for my kids to see that they can adapt to changes. As I guide and watch over them, I am seeing their hope decrease. They're being challenged constantly. Here's an example. My high school student son qualified for the state cross country meet. He's been working for years for this.
2 days before the meet, my healthy son was contact traced and was unable to participate. His spirit was broken. My heart was broken to see him navigate this. There was no one at the school office that was able to offer any support other than this is how it is. Thankfully, his coach gave him advice and encouraged him to let this challenge make him better, not break him. Athletic programs and the coaches have been a lifesaver for my kids' mental health. I share this experience to show an example of what our kids are going through. As challenges will continue to come up, you can provide consistency for a large group. My kids want to be in school. They want structure. With many things being challenged and interrupted, please give my children some hope. Please represent my children. Please give them options that work for them. There already exists virtual options, and I'm glad for that. Please stick to your vote. You showed bravery last meeting. You showed me it does not have to be a 5-0 vote, that we can be represented in the vote. Please continue being brave. Please stick to your vote.
Hello. This is my first time here. I hate public speaking, but I feel like I have to be here tonight because I am fed up and can't do this anymore. I'm tired of my 5-year-old not getting the education he deserves. Virtual learning does not work. It never has worked and it never will work. Let's stop pretending that it does work and let's get back to full-time in-person learning. I have noticed a huge difference in my son's education, along with his attitude from September through December. But now that he has not been to school every day since December 4th, I have noticed he's gone 2 steps backwards, and this is not okay. My husband and I have been going to work outside the home since this pandemic started. Teachers should be held to the same standard. They are essential workers. Delivery drivers, grocery store workers, and first responders have to go to work and show up every day, no matter what. My family has made sacrifices and has done everything possible so we can stay healthy and keep our family healthy. Every family I know has done the same thing. By closing schools, you are punishing the kids and the parents that have been doing everything that has been asked. Give everyone the choice and stop taking our rights away. And for the people here trying to take my rights away, I have never once tried to take away your right to virtual education. I want my child in person. I'm tired of the inconsistency and my child suffering from it. Thank you.
The next 3 are Kara Dodd, Martha Romero, and Carrie Glover.
Hi, GPS board and Dr. McCord. My name is Kara Dodd, and I am speaking on behalf of the Gilbert Education Association. GEA and the educators in the Gilbert School District are committed to the safety, responsibility, and successful operation of the district. The purpose of this letter is to continue our collaboration, dialogue with the governing board and district administration to resolve concerns. The GEA has not promoted a sick out due to the fluid situation brought on by the pandemic and various views of members and non-members. We do acknowledge and support the concerns of these members and teachers and believe constructive discourse is the best action to work together for all stakeholders. We encourage the GPS School Board to consider the following recommendations: virtual, returning from winter break, move to hybrid when 2 of the 3 metrics are in green, accommodations for the specialized populations, SPICE, skills, COPE, and special education, to attend school during this distant learning platform. Use the Arizona State Maricopa County guidelines and dashboard to guide district decisions about returning to some in-school instruction, and then use the GPS dashboard to guide decisions when moving individual schools from in-person, hybrid, or virtual. Updating the GPS dashboard daily. Review verbiage of the policy for employees regarding COVID testing and staying home until results are back. Partnership with health agencies to provide employee COVID-19 testing. As you are making these decisions, please take into consideration the following. Open the sick bank enrollment for current school year. Considering elementary and secondary schools separately when deciding on delivery models. Creating a COVID committee comprised of all district stakeholders. It is our hope that you might consider our request as we value the relationship we have in the school board and district staff. We thank you for all your hard work and dedication as we continue to work together and find our path through this pandemic. Thank you.
Good evening. I am here tonight speaking as an individual to ask you to follow the Maricopa County guidelines and metrics which are backed up by science and data over the GPS dashboard. The GPS dashboard does not show an accurate count of positive cases as each site, which is very deceiving. I know for a fact that a teacher at my school site was exposed and contacted COVID from another teacher at school, but was never counted on the dashboard. The GPS dashboard should be updated daily and include all positive cases, no matter when the results come in. I urge you to keep your promise of ensuring students and staff safety by following the same metrics you used to open schools at the beginning of the year. Arizona Superintendent of Public Instruction Kathy Hoffman publicly asked Governor Ducey to order Arizona schools into a 2-week period of distance learning due to the COVID-19 case numbers, positivity rates, and COVID-related hospital visits reaching heightened levels. He refused, which puts this very difficult decision in your hands. This has not been an easy year for anyone, students, parents, teachers, staff, and our healthcare workers. As a teacher, I have risen to the very difficult challenge to teach my students in any mode you have asked for. Virtual learning was very difficult for my kindergarten students, but we made it work. I was happy when we moved to hybrid because I was able to safely social distance my students while teaching half of them in person. There have been a lot of negative comments about teachers who want virtual or hybrid model to stay safe, which has been very disheartening. Let me tell you, in-person instruction is way easier on a teacher to plan. As educators, we do what we need to do to teach our curriculum and keep our students safe, even if it means double planning for in-person students, students learning from home, or finding ways to engage our students for virtual learning. Virtual learning may not be an ideal learning environment or my preference. However, it is the safest model to use right now, especially after community members have disregarded safety and mitigation strategies by having large gatherings for Christmas and New Year's. If you are not willing to put the entire district in virtual learning, I urge you to consider hybrid for elementary and virtual for secondary for the next 2 weeks, and then revisit the Maricopa County metrics to decide how to further proceed. Thank you for your time. It is my hope that you look at the big picture and do what is right.
After Carrie, we'll have Kathy Steger, Trina Jonas, and Dr. Allison Wilcock.
Good evening, members of the board. I've been a Gilbert teacher for 27 years, and I'm a parent. I have a graduate of Gilbert Classical Academy, and I have a junior at Desert Ridge High School, so I'm speaking to you with both of my hats. I hear a lot of parents referencing the board decision on December 15th, but let's remember that there was a board decision that happened before we went back to school, and that's where I'd like to start. On September 7th, when Gilbert Public Schools teachers and I returned to our classrooms for in-person instruction, we did so with the understanding that the board and the district would follow the recommendations of the Arizona Department of Health Services. We trusted that these recommendations would be followed to keep students and staff safe and contain the spread of this virus within our community. However, today, all 3 of our metrics are read according to the ADSHS, and they recommend remote instruction. Yet tomorrow, I am scheduled to return to my classroom for in-person instruction with half of my students in hybrid learning. In one of my classes, that means 20 students will be there. I cannot socially distance them, and they are high school seniors. They are big kids. The action that some have referred to is a result of teachers feeling like the community has broken their half of the bargain. We said we would come back and teach in person as long as mitigation strategies were in place. But when New Year's Eve parties happen and lots of people post pictures on Facebook of all of their family together with no masks, I'm a little worried about going back to my classroom because it takes 2 weeks for this to incubate. I know that there's concern about the possible stage sick out, but I'm actually more concerned about the real crisis that Gilbert Public Schools will face when dozens of students and teachers test positive and get sick in the next few weeks, because it will happen. Many students fall behind because they are ill or have to be quarantined because they had close contact with a peer. That happened to my son. And he lost his 4.0 because he had to spend the last part of the semester teaching himself AP Physics because we were all in person. And someone who knew they were infected came to school. My son struggled. My son bore the brunt of that. Please don't break the trust that the community has in Gilbert Public Schools' ability to keep their students and staff safe. We all know in-person is best, but for right now, until we're all safe, learning cannot happen. Please live up to the commitment that you made before we went back in person and follow the metrics and begin the second semester remotely until it is safe to return in person. Thank you.
Kathy Stager, Trina Jonas, and Dr. Allison Wilcock.
Dear board members and Dr. McCord, thank you for opening public comment at tonight's meeting. I have been a teacher in Gilbert for 35 years. I've dedicated my life to this district, and I am speaking as an individual tonight, although I think many share my opinion. Last summer, the administration, the board, and teachers worked tirelessly to ensure that GPS students would have the best learning experience possible in the middle of a pandemic. We are here in the middle of a pandemic trying to teach and make this all work. No one has been through this before, and we're just trying to work together here. The board and the administration adopted procedures to ensure the safety of teachers and students. And the board also voted to follow the Maricopa County and Arizona Health Department guidelines and benchmarks which Governor Ducey asked to be made. These benchmarks are based on scientific data and recommendations of doctors who are experts in the field of epidemiology. I am asking that you remain consistent with your previous decisions to follow these guidelines. You followed them on the August 19th board meeting, the November 15th board meeting, and the December 12th board meetings, making your decisions based on those guidelines. Please continue to follow them regardless of public pressure. Unwavering resolve and honoring your word will ensure trust among families and teachers. And as far as the GPS dashboard is concerned, that is a work in progress. I'm asking you to be cautious in using it to determine delivery models. Please be transparent. Share the guidelines that determine how the numbers of cases are counted and posted on that dashboard. And I'm also urging you to update the dashboard on a daily basis. And finally, I'm asking for community help. We all want school to get back to normal. We need help. We need to work together to achieve that goal. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Trina Jonas. I have 3 kids in the district, and I'm a volunteer everywhere throughout the whole district. To recap, I'm here today to ask you to keep your vote the same and allow kids to return to school full-time in school next week. Your vote was not just some blatant open the schools, but you took a wise and informed approach and evaluate each school on their own numbers and have schools go to hybrid or remote learning based on their own school's community numbers. That is a great compromise. Last meeting, you heard from countless doctors and medical experts about how kids are being affected and literally dying due to school closures. There was one person who was a paid representative for the Teachers Association/Union who stood up here and said that teachers don't feel safe and please vote to go back online. This was not based on any data, new studies, or any expert information. And even just the benchmarks that were just mentioned and how that was based upon medical experts, we've got 15 medical experts that will disagree with that. And I would love to see the study that that's based on, because that was before any of us were actually even in school, so they had nothing to base it on. So like they put those benchmarks in place to get us going, but now we know so much more. You can do this. If there is a teacher problem, then let's address the teacher problem. But we need to stop doing this to our families. Can we ask why the teachers don't feel safe? Let's fix that. How can we make them feel safe? All of the data that we have show that the kids are not transmitting this virus at school and that the mitigation plans are working. So if these people still do not feel safe in these sanitized rooms with masked children, then I really hope that they're never ever leaving their homes to go to Costco, Target, Walmart, or ever eat out, ever. And if you want us to start tracking and following every single teacher, I bet you parents are going to start doing it, because it's difficult to say you don't feel comfortable in this sanitary environment that the district has bent over backwards to create for you. And it's very frustrating, but I think we can specifically address all of those issues. And lastly, if there is an inability to work these things out with the teachers and there is a shortage of any kind, then let's address that specific issue. I know our district, and this is a special community, and one email out from Dr. McCord saying that you need help, you need volunteers, you need people, we would volunteer for free to come down and help. I have a master's degree. I will come and help do whatever you need until you figure out how do you get people. And I know there's a million other parents that would too, but I haven't gotten any of those. I've heard trinklings, we don't have enough subs, and we've been working on substitute plans and trying to jump through the hoops. I don't know how many, letters I've written of recommendation for friends, because that's needed to become a substitute teacher. But we can do this. I know we can do this. And all of the private and charter schools are open. That's the problem. That's the problem. If this was California, we had no other option, then that would be one thing, but we have options. So if you think there's a deficit now, and poor Bonnie's over there trying to scratch 2 pennies together to save our district, you have seen nothing yet. If you do not go back now, all of these parents are going to leave, and it's going to be so bad. They won't have jobs. They won't have jobs. Thank you.
Allison Wilcock, Christy Anderson, Steve LeSueur, and Dan Lundell.
Good evening. I'm Dr. Allison Wilcock. I speak to you again today as a community pediatrician, as well as a concerned parent of my 3 children at Greenfield Elementary. I spoke to you previously about the detrimental health effects on our community by not opening our schools for in-person learning. I stand by these. I continue to see the mental health of our families and our students deteriorating, the lack of motivation increasing, and the obesity and drug use skyrocketing. The abrupt changes in learning modules are placing a large burden on our community. If our children are not in the classroom, we must put them somewhere else, while many of us continue working. So I realize that the safety of staff is important, but we are all having to just shift our children to a different place, to daycares, boys and girls clubs, and grandparents. I again echo Dr. Fauci, and that the schools are the safest place for our children. This is reflected beautifully in the fact that most of our schools had 0 active cases when they closed in December. This means that this controlled environment is the safest place for our children and our teachers to be. It's safer than the grocery stores, it's safer than the restaurants, and it's safer than the family gatherings they've been at for this last month. Unless you're a teacher that has not left the house in 10 months, your argument to keep teachers safe by not having in-person learning is completely erroneous. I don't understand how when the rest of us are expected to do our jobs through these unprecedented times, teachers are above this expectation. I remind you that children do not quarantine from the doctor's office for 10 days when they are sick. And yet I will continue to provide quality care to my patients because their health and welfare is of utmost importance to me. I ask, do you not see teachers as essential workers? Do you not see yourselves as essential to the health and welfare of our students and our community? Dr. Santa Cruz stated at the last meeting that our schools are not set up for online learning. I've had firsthand knowledge of this as I see the lack of instruction for my children. I refuse to allow my children to have a subpar education. I ask you to make a decision tonight for the entire third quarter and stand behind it because the constant changing of the plan is very difficult on families and teachers. It's imperative for the health of our children and our community that you reopen schools to in-person learning. Our children need to be educated and motivated. They need to value hard work, learning, and healthy relationships over hanging out and checking off a very short to-do list when they're online or hybrid. I also want you to know I have already signed up my children to go to a school that's dedicated to full in-person learning and will move forward with a decision if Gilbert schools do not reopen because their education is important to me. I love our schools and I really love my children's teachers, and I hope we will be able to count on Gilbert Public Schools from this point forward to provide the amazing high-quality education we have always received. I hope you will continue to put the health and well-being of our children and families and community first with your decision, and I thank you for your time, and I'm grateful for my children's teachers.
Christy Anderson, Steve LeSueur, and Dan Lundell.
I stand before you as a concerned parent, and I would just like to share a little bit of our experience. I'm a mother of 5 children. My youngest is 3, and my older 4 are attending elementary school. They have been bending over backwards. Anything I've asked them to do, cleaning their hands extra for to help their teachers out, wearing masks, they've done it. Separating, distancing from their friends. They haven't even questioned me. I've been so proud of them for doing what everyone's asked them to do. But they've just been told it's not enough. And to be told it's not good enough and schools might be going online again crushes their spirits. Like many have said, I've seen these kids with a love of education just dwindling and their hope going away. They have been good sports about things for the most part, and I have been proud of them. They all have amazing teachers. I am so grateful for their teachers. They have gone above and beyond to help them, and I will forever be in debt to them for doing that, because I know this is a scary situation. I know it's unprecedented, and none of us wanted this year. We cannot continue on with this charade anymore. Our kids are not pawns. Schools are for learning. Students need to be in their schools, and their teachers need to be there to teach them. Kids all over are being forced into situations that are uncomfortable, unsafe, scary, and unmanageable. This will cause long-term damage, more so than their chance of getting COVID. As we've already seen in the news, like people have said, the suicide rates are up, addictions are up, kids are not being watched. My experience with my kindergartner, she flourishes when she's in the school. Her teacher talks about how much their class is growing, and then when school moves back to hybrid or online, it's crushing. They aren't learning like they could be if they were in school. When she is at home, she complains that her eyes and neck hurt from looking at her screen, and here I have to sit here and force her to do it. I have to help her to get her work done. My 3rd grader has a little girl in his class that he has to watch cry because she has no one at home to help her do the work, and my heart just breaks. I wish I could go to her house and help her too. My 4th grader starts the day for online learning frustrated. My husband and I are both there trying to help her, and she still can't find the work that her teacher's talking about, even though her teacher has tried her best to prepare her for that hybrid day. My 6th grader is doing okay. He's a smart boy and he's doing really well, but he's also become my helper to help all the other kids, so he's being torn from his work if I have to go manage the 3-year-old or do other things. All I'm asking is that you
Hello, thanks for letting us speak. I think we're going to be here till like 1 in the morning, so hopefully everybody's ready. I'm grateful for Gilbert Schools. I spoke at the last meeting. I grew up here in Gilbert. I just want to start by saying a couple questions. Do we have control over a virus? And the answer is no. Do we allow the virus to control us? Unfortunately, the answer is yes. Do lockdowns work? Let's look at California. No, they don't. Do controlling lockdowns stop the spread of the virus? Well, California's proving no, it doesn't. How many kids transmitted COVID at school? I have a very reputable source from a local school area that's bigger than Gilbert that said 0 kids have contracted COVID at school. I hope we can learn from the past so that we can be better in the future. This virus is no longer new. It is over a year old. We must move forward and have faith in the future. People need us to lead them through chaos. I am grateful for the hardworking, positive teachers. I had a lot of great teachers at Gilbert High School and Mesquite Junior High. President Santa Cruz, you're one of my teachers. I forgot to mention that. You were my principal. And I had a lot of, I had fun running cross country and track with Coach Korn. I hope we can let the kids grow like we all had the opportunity to in our day at school. We are depriving our kids and parents of the pursuit of happiness. Parents are not allowed to watch their kids run outside where social distancing is 100% possible. I hope that we can work to support the majority of constituents in Gilbert and teachers that want schools open. Today in Mesa, they went back to online school and the online system went down. This fails our kids and teachers. I do believe, in closing, that God is in control, not man. If it's someone's time to leave this world, then they will be called home. My grandfather taught high school for a long time before retiring and then died in a car accident in front of Mesa High School while still pursuing a substitute school teacher job. Teachers that are great impact their students for the rest of their lives, like my grandfather. We are not in control. It says, to quote who I look to for my source of hope, God, for God hath not given us the spirit of fear, but of power and of love and of a sound mind. I am afraid of the future of Gilbert Schools. Please don't make us find alternative options for our kids.
Dan Lundell, Angie Ward, and Deanna Victor.
I'd like to thank, my name is Dan Lundell. I'd like to thank all the teaching professionals for all you do for our children. I believe you are trying in good faith to do the right thing. But people of good faith can disagree, and that's why we're here. Unfortunately, many of our public health leaders have failed to give clear, realistic, truthful, and courageous information designed to empower responsible people to make their own choices. Given all the money and politics involved in all things COVID, many people have lost trust in public health institutions and particularly COVID statistics. In this environment, the chaos is amplified by a news media that is all too ready to inflame fears, play up divisions, and misinform the public in order to attract more clicks. For example, recent studies show that the incubation period for this virus is absolutely not 2 weeks, and that asymptomatic transmission is far more rare than was thought early on. This has created an even more unfortunate situation where many otherwise intelligent and rational independent thinkers are drastically misinformed as compared to past public health emergencies, and therefore unable to make sense of the risks. That's a polite way of saying that I don't hold it against anyone for believing or assessing risk different than I do. We are in an information war. The effects of these unilateral school closures have been catastrophic. Depression, anxiety, child sexual abuse and exploitation, and suicide. And these effects are far worse for the underprivileged children whose parents are not here tonight. Where are they? They're at a drive-through. They're at Walmart. They're in a service bay. They're somewhere, and they are on the margins. The other tragedy is that these lockdowns and unilateral closures will cost our children and many caring teaching professionals those precious and pivotal moments of connection that make the difference in the lives of so many children, especially the least privileged children. My children will be fine. If the schools irrationally close again, I and many thousands of parents will pull my students out, and we will peacefully seek the educational alternatives that the law allows for our children, and our schools and our teachers will be diminished. But what about the tens of thousands of students being raised in hardworking, underprivileged families who cannot make that choice? Why discriminate against these students and their hardworking parents? We're here to ask you to take a stand against unilateral and one-size-fits-all dictates that hurt the most vulnerable, and give parents and teachers a chance to make their own choices and to own those choices. Take a brave and permanent stand against activists with agendas counter to the will of the people. Take a stand for common sense, uninflamed science. These are turbulent times. We are not here to attack our schools or teachers. We are here to try and preserve them. But I will issue a word of warning. If we continue to cave to activists, we will lose our
Angie Ward, Deanna Victor, and Madison Judd.
Thank you, Board and Dr. McCord, for holding this meeting this evening. My name is Angie Ward, and I'm a mom of 5 kids that have all been students at Gilbert Public Schools. Both my husband and I have volunteered countless hours to GPS, and we have always been extremely grateful for the teachers and education that our kids have received while here. I'm here today to plead with you to hold strong to your decision from the meeting in December. Dr. Santa Cruz, Mr. Carr, and Ms. Wood, we are truly thankful for you. The families in this school district are truly thankful for you for putting our kids first and remembering that their futures are in jeopardy by not being able to learn in person. Online schooling is not getting the job done. My children's teachers and the administrators at their schools are absolutely incredible. I am so grateful for them and for their positivity in encouraging my kids, and I hope that they are able to continue to learn in person, because I know that they want to be teaching in person. Hybrid and online teaching has been difficult for them as well. I know that there should be no debate as to what's best for our kids. We've heard from countless medical professionals that they are better off mentally, physically, emotionally, and socially when they are attending school in person. Please put our kids first. I recognize and appreciate those who have concerns about COVID and do not wish to attend school in person, whether they be students, teachers, or staff. They have the right to stay home and protect themselves. They have that option under any of the proposals that are before us today. However, those of us who are less concerned about COVID should also have the right to attend school in person. Just as the majority rule should not dictate to the minority rule should not dictate to the majority. Please don't forget the reason that you were elected to this position, to do what's best for Gilbert Public School kids and their families. Thank you.
First, I want to say thank you to Lori, Reed, and Dr. Santa Cruz for voting for our children and their best interests, which is to be in school. It is the safest place for our children to be, not only the safest place for them physically and from the virus, but the best place for them, their emotional health and well-being. Keeping our kids in school is strongly supported by our governor and the CDC, whose guidelines you have been following and trusted in. I appreciate teachers, all my children's teachers, more than they know. I appreciate them so much. Because as my children can tell you, I am not a teacher. I am not meant to teach my children. And the online programs, hybrid and virtual, have failed my children. I have a daughter who is very motivated. She has struggled immensely with this this year, and she is very motivated and extremely intelligent and is able and has struggled so much with this. And it has been so hard for me as a mom to watch her struggle and to lose that lack of motivation for her love of learning. She loves to learn, and it is so hard as a mother to watch that like dwindle in your child's eyes. I cannot take a teacher's place. They do a fabulous job, and I am very grateful for them. And I just respectfully ask that the options are kept open, including in-person learning and those options for people who are concerned about COVID. Those options are kept open for them to do online learning or teaching. Again, I trust that the board will follow the guidelines and strong recommendations from the CDC and keep our kids' best interest at heart and keep our kids in school. Again, thank you, Lori, Reed, and Dr. Santa Cruz.
Deanna Victor, Madison Judd, and Amy Johansson. Oh, I'm sorry, Madison then. Forgot to put that in the pile.
My name is Madison Judd, and I'm a 5th grader at Mesquite Elementary. I want to start out by saying, please keep our schools open. Do you know what it's like having to learn by staring at a screen? I do. You are hurting children in this community mentally and emotionally. I have experienced so much anxiety. When I get overwhelmed while doing school on a screen, I have trouble breathing and communicating. If we keep on doing hybrid, then I will continue to experience this. If we do online, then it will only get worse. In school, we follow every guideline and try to prevent the spread. My mom runs a play at my school. It is this week. We practiced outside en masse, social distancing, and sanitized everything we could. We are being safe and responsible. When I saw the first board meeting in the beginning of the school year, seeing all the teachers ask for us to go back to online was heartbreaking. I burst into tears and couldn't stop. We need to be in school. It is not healthy to keep us out. You always tell us not to waste our time staring at a screen, so don't make us. Please open our schools and help us get off screens. Thank you to those who voted for just 1 week of hybrid. For the benefit of students like me, please let us continue in person. We will do anything to go back to in person. If we go back to online, I don't think I'll participate. And my siblings said they wanted to be homeschooled. Not all parents were made to be teachers. If we do online, that is what they will be doing. Please pay attention to the school cases, not the community's cases. They show that we aren't the ones spreading the cases. No matter how many times you put us in hybrid or online, there will always be someone fighting to open them. Please let us stay in person and not do school on the screen.
It's Amy Johansson, Tina Judd, and Lizzie Thang.
First, thank you for being here. And I didn't think that I would be here back again, but here I am. I thought after the vote on December 15th, we were headed in the right direction, and I want to thank you for the vote that was, for you guys taking into consideration everything that you had heard, especially from all the medical professionals that spoke. And then again tonight, they spoke again. I'm not I don't have a medical degree, but I agree with everything that they said, that the safest place for our kids is in the classroom. The CDC states that the schools are not the main driver of the community transmission, and children are more likely to get the virus out of the school, outside of school settings. I know everyone's tired and frustrated. We all are tired and frustrated. And I'm sorry that you felt personally attacked at the last board meeting, but unfortunately, when you are on a public school board, that's what happens. We're tired too. We've been advocating for in-person since the summer. And we finally felt like we were moving forward, only to get a notification that we're having another board meeting. Here we are again. I told you before, I've been a part of GPS for 25 years, and I'm getting tired of people telling me I don't care about teachers. I have spent countless hours in the classroom.
being the classroom mom, going on field trips. I love my teachers that my kids have had. I've had 3 graduate from Gilbert Public Schools, from Gilbert High. I have a senior right now. Don't tell me I don't care about teachers. Those were teachers are some of the ones that rallied around me when my mom died. I am so grateful for them. I am grateful to be a part of Gilbert Public Schools. And I have always advocated that this was the best district. But I'm telling you what, I will pull my daughter. She's a senior. I will pull her. There's so many teachers that I've talked to that don't want to say anything because they're being bullied. They're being bullied. So are some of those doctors that spoke last board meeting. They're being bullied. That is not right, and it has to stop. I'm tired of seeing teachers who stay, they're too afraid to be in the classroom. When I go to work every day and I'm surrounded by hundreds of students from 2 different high schools, they're in my office every day. They are crying, they're breaking down, they're suicidal. They have coming from broken homes. They're in my office. Guess what? I show up for them. I go to work. I listen. I'm exhausted, and I'm not a health counselor. If I don't show up for work, I don't get paid, and that's how it should be. No one signed up for COVID-19. We're all making adjustments in our personal lives and at work. Nothing in this world exists anymore except COVID, and I'll reiterate the fact that kids are killing themselves and they're stuck with abuse happening in their homes. Is this virus real?
Yes, it is real.
I just want to start by thanking our school board. I know that you didn't ask to be here during a pandemic, and I'm sure you've had a lot of emails. So, my name's Tina Judd. I'm a mother of 8 children. My oldest graduated in 2020, and my other 7 children are all currently enrolled in Gilbert schools, aging from preschool to a senior in high school. I was a special education teacher in my profession, and now I volunteer to run our elementary school musical every year. And I've been there all last quarter and today. I'm here because I've watched school board meeting. Well, I'm here because my daughter asked to come, but I've watched school board meeting after meeting and seen teachers coming, claiming to be victims and unsafe, but they are not the victims. Our children are. Your statements at school board meetings that schools are not safe are not founded on fact. I'd like to cite a recent article that was posted in the Washington Post written by a physician and the dean of public health at Brown University. Quote, "The latest data has failed to provide compelling evidence that in-person schooling leads to meaningful increases in infections in communities. There is no evidence suggesting spread within schools when effective mitigation measures are in place. New data and experiences of individual school districts demonstrate that opening schools in a pandemic with infection control measures in place does not lead to increased transition of the virus. Educators can work safely in schools, and schools can be the safest place to be for children during a pandemic." End quote. The data does not support closing schools. Our school district data itself shows that our infection control policies and health policies are working that our district put in place. I love my kids' teachers and I love our schools, but my kids and our kids can't handle the inconsistencies of constant change. When you come here and ask for schools to close based on community numbers, please understand that the data isn't supporting that, especially medical professionals for children. These decisions are crushing our children, and when you make changes, we parents go home and pick up those pieces. Have you watched your child have anxiety, an anxiety attack so bad that they have trouble breathing, they can't stop shaking, and they can't even speak? Because I have. Have you slept in your child's room because you know they are contemplating suicide? And you want to make sure they're alive in the morning? Because I have. And I had to tell my daughter that her friend that she was going to room at the college had committed suicide. I don't want to have to do anything like that again. Any decision to close schools continues to damage the mental, emotional, and physical health of our children. So I know, please stop telling us that teachers aren't safe here. The districts work hard to put policies in place, and I've been on campus and I know they work. Thank you.
Lizzie Thane, Jessica Gillespie, and Laura Olson.
First off, thank you for your service. I don't think any one of you would have chosen this situation, and I know that probably none of us want to be in your shoes. I just found out that my dad served on a school board, and like you, Dr. Santa Cruz, he said the pay was great. I feel it's most important to thank you for the decision that you made on December 14th. I know I'm not here to tell you anything that you haven't already heard, and I don't have any statistics to share with you, but I want to ask the board to give us some answers. I know your job keeps you busy, and with my emails alone, I know it would be impossible to respond to all of our questions, so that's why I'm here. I know you're concerned with staff shortages, but have you done recent surveys? I know there's one floating around on some of the Facebook pages, but it won't be accurate unless it's done through the district and you have all the teachers and all of the staff. There are spots here and there that need to be filled. I ran into a board member, and I know that they were concerned about a teacher being high risk at one of the high schools, and I don't know how that relates to my kindergartner not being able to go to school. When there's one, I know there's more than one that are high risk, but when that's the concern, I'm like, well, why aren't you telling people that there's a kindergartner that's not going to school? And what have you done to make the online platform and learning better? I had concerns the first time I pulled up Florida Virtual. I have a kindergartner who can't read, and the thing was 3 paragraphs long. And the concerns are still there. The system put in place is awful, and it's part of the reason that we are fighting so dang hard. This is a terrible platform. You need to give teachers more creativity if you're going to force us to be home. That system is complicated, it's dull, it's robotic, and I think we all know what a flop it was, and here we are 4 months later. Do we know the definition of insanity? We're doing the same things over. We keep coming back to this board meeting. We can't keep going back. People want transparency. Okay, what surveys have you done? How many subs do you have in the sub pool? And how many are needed each day? If it's a staffing issue, let the community know. Let us help you. Like Justalyn said, when the teachers step out, the parents will walk in. We are there to support this. I know people are concerned with community spread, and a couple of our board members are really concerned with that. And when we go, which I urge you to do the school by school case, if a certain school gets shut down because of spread, maybe it'll teach their little community to stop. If I've learned anything from this experience, I know that I need teachers and my kids need teachers, and enough is enough. I know you've heard it 1,000 times. Our teachers scrambled to get packets ready for this week, and when you change it on them, they've lost all these hours of work, and it's just not fair to do that. Life is hard enough as it is.
Jessica Gillespie, Laura Olson, and Jacqueline McCleave.
Good evening. I'm Jessica Gillespie, a mom of 5 with 4 children in public school, and I love my kids' teachers. They are true heroes in my eyes, and I can't imagine what it must have been like this year for them. I know that they have my children's best interest in mind, and I would like to thank the board for their decision to have 1 week of hybrid learning following the break. That is to be commended. But with talk of a teacher sick out, I'm here again on behalf of the many parents who feel that the board might backtrack on their decision. This sick out represents only a small minority of dissent and does not speak for the vast majority of devout teachers who want to teach in the classroom. Please don't let the pressure of a few loud voices affect the well-being of the majority. We have been able to identify effective measures to facilitate the safe resumption of in-person learning. That is a fact. Teachers and staff have worked to ensure that our children are given every opportunity to learn in a safe, in-person environment. There is no data correlating a rise in community cases to school campuses. A school-by-school approach can still keep our teachers and staff safe. Superintendent Kathy Hoffman recently called for Governor Ducey to order all schools to remain in distance learning for 2 weeks after the break. He responded that they will not be considering this request. This is a local decision. The online option is already available, and the governor has repeatedly made his preference clear. He wants the schools open. Hoffman herself said, research shows that it's safer for younger grades to be in person. The reality is that funding for public schools is bleeding out. Parents are signing their children up for charter and private schools in droves. In a state with school choice, district schools cannot afford to go down this road any further. We need a chance to salvage what little hope we have for the future of public education. Pushing the option of online learning depending on county metrics is not the answer. On December 28th, the President signed an executive order stating that when public education institutions fail to provide consistent in-person education, federal education funds will be given to families instead of districts. These districts will lose funding. What will our schools look like when families have given up on public education and our funding has been gutted? I watched in tears last March as my children said goodbye to their incredible teachers via a car parade with no clear information as to when they would be able to return in person. At that time, we did not know what we know now about the virus and its effects. Now, 10 months later, we have so much more credible information, and the survival rate is higher than anyone could have hoped for. Why would anyone try to keep these kids at home again? No more. Not one more day. The damage has been done, and it's irreversible. But we can make sure that it does not continue. Stand by your vote to allow full in-person learning on January 11th. This stops now, and it stops with you.
It's Laura Olson, Jacqueline, and I believe it's McClure. I said McCleve earlier. It's McClure and Zara Olson.
First, I want to commend and thank those of you who brought forward and voted in favor of the school-by-school protocol. So many of us that were here at that meeting were elated and literally jumped for joy, feeling that we finally had been heard. We applaud you for this. We now expect that plan of returning to in-person in a week with a school-by-school infection rate plan to be implemented. My husband, a physician, spoke at the last meeting of the minimal spread that has been seen among children. He spoke of our hardship of having 4 elementary-age children in full virtual and hybrid models. He touched on the tears, anxiety, heightened emotional outbursts, lack of quality educational stimuli, and lack of physical activity, etc. Our children took immense strides in their learning and social development, participating in full-time in-person learning. Going back to hybrid, even in the few weeks before break, retarded the trajectory of the learning path they had been on during in-person learning. Our children's emotional outbursts with frustration of at-home learning returned. Unfortunately, we are currently seeing a large spike in the community spread of COVID in Arizona. Obviously, we care about our kids and don't wish to endanger any teachers. 6 months ago, switching to virtual learning was reasonable, as we knew very little about this virus. Now we have several studies showing that in-person learning does not cause a spike or is associated with a significant contribution to community spread. A recent study from Yale looked at the risk of transmission from children, looking at 50,000 child care providers. They found the risk of contracting the disease was the same for workers whether the child care facility was open or closed. Again, reinforcing the low rate of transmission from children. Those of us that choose in-person learning are done. We are done being put in a corner every few weeks, fearing that our children's education will be crippled again with online learning. We are done hearing about the community spread that the data shows is not impacted by school attendance. We want to hear about what you are doing for our children and their mental well-being. I have applied to be a sub, and I'm willing to get a sitter for my younger children and fill in if that means our kids can stay in school. We want the plan you voted upon a few short weeks ago to be implemented. This plan must be given a chance before you make another damaging move for our children to further virtual or hybrid learning. This meeting is premature. Know that me and other enraged parents will be here every time you make a move or motion that is detrimental to our children. Do not change policies out of fear of a teachers' union or the minority parents who feel their children are safer at home. You have the correct precautions in place with masks, social distancing, and a school-by-school infection rate plan. Please follow through on implementing the December 15th plan.
Hello, My name is Jacqueline McClure. I'm a stay-at-home mom of 2 elementary-age children at VVL, a small school with a very involved community surroundings. My question to you guys is, why are we here? We spent 4 hours or more right before the break, right here in this very room. So why are we here again? Because teachers, including at that time, had the time to speak. So why now? Because a few teachers think that some party happened at some place over the holiday? Well, if that's true, then after the first week of hybrid learning, those schools will have spikes. And you can choose to close those schools. I'm going to be brutally honest. This is insane. We have, as parents, have been completely bamboozled. You guys all voted before the break, and you haven't even given the previous vote a chance. Our kids haven't even started school. You have 0 numbers pertaining to individual schools. You asked the governor to mandate a school closure, and he refused. So why? Because you didn't like the governor's answer? Because teachers are threatening a sick out? We shouldn't even be having this conversation. We know from studies of medical professions, the safest place for our kids to be is in school. We know from Dr. Fauci, the safest place for our kids to be is in school. We know from the CDC, the safest place for our kids to be is in school. So, are we no longer following those science guidelines? Let's give it a chance before you destroy our kids' life again. Let's give it a chance to fail. Let's give it a chance to succeed. Most of us, especially in my small community, did not have holiday parties, or we greatly reduced the gatherings. But now, with our kids being out of school, they can go hang out at places like Fat Cats, the movie theaters, or other indoor play places, where they mingle with kids not even at their school. How does that make sense for a medical crisis? I sent my kids to school not only for academics, but at their young age, for emotional learning as well. This is hurting all of our kids, especially our young kids at an elementary age level. But it's also hurting the junior high and high school, as you've heard about the suicides. Please stop the back and forth. Please go on a school-by-school basis. Let's give our children back their childhood so they can give us the brighter future we also desperately need. Leave it on a school-by-school basis. Remember what made you become a board member and a leader in our community in the first place. Our kids, their learning, and everyone's future. Do the right thing and leave it on a school-by-school basis.
Zara Olson, Eloise Fulmer, and Phoebe Fulmer.
Hi, my name is Zara Olson, and I don't like hybrid. I'm a 4th grader at Greenfield Elementary, and I have an excellent teacher that has taught me so much. But trying to learn at home is very hard. I have 4 other siblings running around the house waiting for my mom to help them. It is also very hard to understand my teacher because she has a mask on talking through the computer. When I took a test at home, I couldn't focus, so I didn't get that good of a score. But when I did it in class, I had a huge improvement. I wear my mask covering my nose and mouth, I social distance, and I wash my hands. I love being at school, learning with my teacher, and seeing friends I don't on hybrid days. I also miss running clubs, so please let me be in school full time. Hi, my name is Eloise Fulmer, and I go to Greenfield Elementary.
Help her with that microphone there.
Hi, I am Eloise Fulmer, and I go to Greenfield Elementary, and I want in person. I don't get to see my friends during online. I don't learn anything because it is very hard to focus. It is not good for you staring at a screen all day. So in person keeps you healthier, safer, and that is why I want in person. My mom is not a teacher. I want to learn from my teacher. It's hard for me to learn new concepts from my mom. A homework packet or a computer screen. I still feel behind and like I'm trying to catch up from the end of last year. I was so happy at the decision you made at the last meeting. Please stick with that plan and let us get back into our classroom so we don't keep getting behind. I am a kid, you are an adult. You don't know how much we are suffering online. It is hard. In person is easier. We learn more and we get higher grades. My teacher is amazing, but I don't want to see her only Mondays and Thursdays. I want to see her every day. Hi, I'm Phoebe Fulmer, and I am a first grader at Greenfield Elementary. I love my teacher and love being in person at school to learn from her. I can't focus on my work at home. I have a hard time understanding things. I follow all the rules and wear a mask. Please don't change your minds and let us go to school. Thank you.
Next up, we have Corey Childs, Jack Childs, and Blake Gant.
Hello, Dr. McCord. Hello, board members. My name is Jack. I'm in 4th grade and I go to Greenfield Elementary. I love Greenfield Elementary, but I think it's really hard to learn anything when I'm not at school. I mean, I do like to stay home and play Fortnite, but I'll be honest, I just really want to be back in school. After so much time away from school and just part-time in the classroom, I just don't feel like I am learning anything. This year, I ran to be my class representative for student council, and I couldn't believe it, but I won. I was so excited. We started planning good stuff to get our whole school more excited, but sadly most of the stuff we have planned has been canceled. I am asking you to try and look at this situation as if you were a kid. My teacher's name is Miss Stegman. She's so fun and a really good teacher. You should probably give her a raise. Who was your 4th grade teacher? I'm sure you probably had a good one because, look, you are up here today. I'm asking you to please keep the schools open to let me learn. I talked to my friends Hudson and Mason today who are in 5th and 3rd grade. They are also Greenfield Gators and wanted me to ask you to please keep the schools open. Thank you.
That's my boy Jack right there. Jack's my world. Thanks for letting me be here. I think it's my 3rd time. Board members, thanks for letting me be here. Shane McCord, thanks for being here. And quick shout out to Mr. Martin back here. He was the principal of my older girls back at Highland Park Elementary. The most epic principal, thank you. I'm a long-time Gilbert resident. I got 4 kids that go to Gilbert Public Schools. You know, I took a little bit of time and I read about all of you like on the internet. I didn't know much about you. And to be honest, I was really impressed. I saw the service that you give. I saw the things that you do. And I was like, this is awesome. And I sincerely, I want to say thank you. I don't know you guys in person, but if you're anything like this guy back here, man, we're in good hands. Let's see. So you know what's great about the new year? It's that there's nothing really special that happens between December 31st and January 1st. It's just that we take time and we look at the past year and we look what was good, we look what was bad, and we said, hey, how can I be a little bit better? And I've thought about it, and I want to tell you, even though you already know, who's really excited about 2021. ALA, they're really excited about 2021. Recently on my Facebook, I got an announcement. It said, hey, we're opening up a new K through 12, and it's going to be in Mesa, and it's going to be in, X amount of months, and we don't even have a location yet, but we're just going to open this bad boy up. I'm going to tell you who's excited. Those executives, they're stoked, man, because they're just listening to all these board meetings. They're like, hey, whoever's going to hybrid or online, dude, we're going to eat these guys up, man, and we're going to fill these schools up with thousands of students. We all know what a huge charter school does to public schools. And I want to say that again, we know. And we know in the last 3 years that with Dr. Shane McCord, we've kicked some major butt in making Gilbert schools extra awesome. Man, I wrote down all this stuff, but truthfully, guys, this guy right here, Ken Bragg, he said, he's Queen Creek board president. He said, we will find every excuse we can to stay open. While others are finding excuses to close, let them. We will stay open. And that's what we're all asking. That's what Gilbert is asking. Just stay open. Do it for Jack. Thank you.
Blake Gant, Brittany Arnett, and Lindsay Jones. Somebody's coming. Blake, Brittany, or Lindsay?
Good evening, school board. So grateful for you guys. Thank you for the support, your service. I know none of you thought going into this job there'd be a pandemic and you'd be on the board, but I'm grateful for you guys for sticking in there with us. I'm a mother of 7 children. I have 5 in the Gilbert Public Schools. I have 2 at Neely Traditional, 1 at Greenfield Junior, and 2 at Gilbert High. And we love it. We love public schools. We're in it, and we want to stay. And I also am grateful that we were able to get things rolling in the fall so that my girls could have their high school volleyball seasons. So I speak for all the athletes too that were able to get in their seasons and miraculously get through their seasons. And I hope we can start it in January for all the winter sports and the spring sports that were cut off last year, because these kids only have a few years of high school and they're precious years. And I know they work really hard for their sports seasons. And so I'm grateful that you guys got that in for the fall. First of all, I know this virus is real. I am not oblivious to it. I've had close people to us that have been ill. I've had some that passed away, and I know it's real. My family went through it in November. I do know it's real. However, I'm not letting that keep me from living my life. I'm not letting that keep my family from living our lives. I know we need to learn how to live our life with this virus. We need to learn how to go to school with this virus. Also, we love our teachers. I love our teachers, and I'm so grateful for all of them that have come to school and been extra supportive. I think teachers are awesome. As a parent, if I feel like it's not safe for my kids to go to school, I won't put them in school. It's a choice I have. I kept them out of school if they even had a cough or any kind of cold or anything, just to protect our teachers. I want our teachers to feel safe, and I wonder what our teachers are. I don't understand why our teachers don't feel safe. You school board members have put in amazing safety protocols, amazing mitigations to keep our schools safe. They are safe. Our classrooms are safe. The numbers have shown that. The numbers have shown that there's no spread in our schools. And if there is a spread, those protocols that you guys have put in place have stopped that. I'm so grateful for that. Thank you for putting those in. Our teachers should feel very, very safe. One thing that's concerning to me is our suicide rates, and they're up 60% this fall. Teen attempted suicide rates and suicides are up 60% this fall. And that one alone statistic should put us all unanimously put these kids back in school. I'm grateful. I hope you guys will stick with your decision for what you did in December. Our kids really do rely on you. They love being in school, and we want to keep this going. Thank you.
Of Lindsay Jones, Jessica Pica, and Andy Pica.
First, I just wanted to thank you for the opportunity for our voices to be heard. I'm a mother of 5. I have a junior, a freshman, a 5th grader, a 3rd grader, and also a preschooler. At the beginning of this year, I made the hard decision to unenroll my 2 elementary-age children from public school. I had always been happy with our neighborhood school and the administration there. My 2 oldest had gone through their elementary education at this same school. It was sad for me to leave a place with people I trusted to teach, guide, and influence my children. Virtual learning was not how I wanted my children taught. I did not take my high school age children out of public school. They are currently attending Gilbert High School. As a parent watching my children with 2 vastly different experiences in very different learning models, I can tell you my children that are not in public school right now are thriving in learning and looking forward every day to going to school. My children that are bouncing back and forth between virtual, hybrid, and in person are struggling. Their grades are suffering, their motivation is lacking, and they are feeling defeated. The virtual learning structure is confusing not only for the students, but for the teachers as well. I appreciate the teachers that have done their best to adapt to a teaching style that is new to them. But I just wanted to reiterate from my personal experience, my children that are going to in-person school are doing so much better emotionally and academically versus my children that are going back and forth between virtual and hybrid. Thank you.
Jessica Pecha. I have 2 children in Gilbert Public Schools. Wasn't really planning on talking tonight, so I'm not going to be able to say anything more profound or provide further overwhelming evidence as to why it is better for our children to be in school. So I want to turn a question to the board and to the teachers and the audience. Why did you get into education? I guess you don't answer.
We're not allowed to answer by law. It's not on the agenda.
Okay. The answer isn't clear right now to most of us. Right now, you are showing your interests lie in control and power and using our children as pawns. We supported you through Red for Ed. We have supported you through volunteering in the classrooms. We've supported you providing classroom supplies and class treats. We support you through fundraising and donations. The state even passed the Prop 208. Why are you refusing to support us and our children now? That is your job. When did you stop caring for the well-being of future generations? Maybe education just isn't the right career path for you anymore. In fact, after hearing some of these stories, if you are still contemplating a stick out, you should just flat out be ashamed of yourself. I'm not even speaking for my own children. They are fine. My husband and I take great interest in their education and social well-being. But there are many children out there who will not be fine. There are children hungry. There are children who are fighting domestic violence. I am here to speak for them. They deserve better. The teachers used to speak for them, and they're not anymore. They are choosing to stay home. I am here because I care about my children, the children in this community, and the future of our country
And I urge you to please keep the vote that you decided on December 15th and allow the people who feel safer to be online, and for those of us who want to be in school and our children who want to be in school to continue to be in school in person. 90% of us are the majority who are sick of the 10% trying to urge us to adjust our lives around their desires. So please, please continue with what you decided on December 15th. And thank you to all the parents that are here supporting us. And if you hadn't noticed, we're continuing to grow. So please take that in mind as well.
Andy. After Andy, we have Katie Thorpe, Briley Gaylord, and Cambria Garbney.
Hello. I'm not going to say much. I wasn't planning on speaking. But if the guidelines and the masks work, then I don't see why the school should be shutting down. And the teachers are fighting that the schools aren't safe. Their specific school isn't safe. Then they should close their specific school. Now, it shouldn't affect all the other schools that have no active cases. And there's not much else to say. Thank you.
Kathy Thorpe, Brayley Gaylord, and Cambria Garbney.
I'm Kathy Thorpe. I have 3 children in Gilbert Public Schools, an 8-year-old and 2 6-year-olds. Yes, twins. I was very impressed with the GPS dashboard that shows active cases per school and the decision on December 15th to move from hybrid back to in-person and only go to an alternate style on a school-by-school basis. I'm here to reinforce my support for that decision. I want you to imagine what life is like for those of us who want to be in person instead of virtual or hybrid. Imagine a 5-year-old in August who was expected to sit for a 2-hour block each day and listen to a teacher she had met in person for 20 seconds. And student attendance was between 15 and 20 children, with very few chances to participate and be heard. Imagine a mom trying to make sure all 3 young children were logged on and paying attention to WebEx at the same time. Imagine a mom logging into work at 5 a.m. and 10 p.m. on those days to try and fulfill responsibilities to her employer. Imagine a home where screen time is limited, and now there are 3 children who work on WebEx, Buzz, and Google Classroom for several hours per day, and the suggested reward from the teachers is to offer more activities on the screen. Imagine at parent-teacher conference, 2 teachers telling you that based on the first several weeks of school, remote, including on-site learning, that they were really worried your child would be a behavior problem in the classroom. But the child has done remarkably well in the classroom with structure and routine, and the teacher has had no problems with behavior. Imagine a kindergarten teacher saying she's just trying to keep kindergarten from sinking because of those first several weeks of school when we weren't in person. She has so many children leaving for power math, power reading, etc., that she had to rearrange her whole schedule and barely had time to do assessments for parent-teacher conference. Imagine a progress report from that same teacher where only 2 standards were filled out because that's how far behind the whole grade is. Imagine a 2nd grade teacher saying that she will cry with you about the decision in December to go hybrid, and a 1st grade teacher who said she needs her students like she needs air. Imagine a report from a therapist about your 6-year-old who is angry and acting out at home that says he suffers from the following: frustration because of COVID and losing his routine. I feel a loss of control because of COVID and not being able to make choices about school and friends. Anxiety because of COVID, not knowing what to expect and feeling everything could change at any minute with no warning. Being overwhelmed because remote learning is hard and it feels more difficult to learn while he's feeling isolated. I've been impressed by the protocols in place
And when my husband received a positive COVID test, I informed the teachers. Early the next morning, the school nurse called and informed us that
Time. Briley Gaylord.
My name is Briley Gaylord. I'm a 7th grader that attends Greenfield Junior High. The cons of online learning is that not everybody has great Wi-Fi or the time and patience to sit down for 6 to 7 hours a day on a computer with a quiet environment. Government officials are making decisions that aren't beneficial for Arizona or its citizens. My parents know what's best for me, but their voices aren't being heard. Another reason we should go back to online learning is that socializing is key in our life, and if we are doing online curriculum, we are wasting a quarter of our day sitting on a computer, not learning as much as we would if we were in person. The other students that have spoken will agree with me that our grades stunk at the beginning of the school year, but the minute you let us go in person, hands-on learning, all of our grades took a spin for the better. An example of this is that I took a math test online on a computer and got a 60%. But then we went in person and my test grade improved. I got a 106% on this test. This just proves that we need to be in person. My mom is an example of a parent that had to become a teacher in order to ensure my little brother and 9 other boys in education that is all in person and has a plan that will not break and ensure their elementary education. Please let us stay in person.
Cambria Gurney, Brianna Gaylord, and Lisa Madison.
Hello, I am a mom of 4 kids who have attended and are still attending in Gilbert Public Schools. And actually, Mr. Santa Cruz was my principal at Gilbert High School, so it's kind of fun to see you up here now working for my kids as well. Thank you. Last year, my son graduated in 2020 in COVID. It was not the same as my daughter who graduated 2 years before him. It has been very different and was not even close to the same as the experience my older daughter is able to have for him. As a parent and a life coach, I'm dealing with only the beginnings of how COVID is causing huge lifelong mental, physical, emotional, social, negative effects on our children. And one of the major effects with children not being in school and spending many additional hours on social media, gaming, and phones has significantly increased child human trafficking. A topic that's not really wanted to be spoken of, but is very serious and important. Child trafficking is now turning to online predators and is a $150 billion industry. In addition to apps, chat rooms, and dating sites, predators also use online gaming sites to find their victims now. 1 in 5 kids online are sexually propositioned through gaming platforms and other social media. These non-contact oriented forms of sexual exploitation are increasing significantly. This scenario is very scary for human trafficking because already trafficked teens are often used to lure other kids into this trap. In 2018, Newsweek reported that predators were using the extremely popular online gaming forum of Fortnite to reach kids. Adults were infiltrating the game and offering game advancements in exchange for explicit pictures. Online decision-making is critical for tweens and teens alike. A factor for risk-taking behaviors of adolescents is that their brains are not mature. Their frontal cortex, the area responsible for decision-making, does not fully develop until about age 25. Thus, tweens and teens might not consider the long-term consequences in assessing online pre-risks, predators, and traffickers.
Done.
Hello, my name is Brianna Gaylord. I have 4 kids that should be in school full-time in the Gilbert Public School System. I am now a Prenda guide for 10 elementary kids that should be in the GPS school system, but felt that we needed something else for this school year with the uncertainty. As a mother, I know that there is risk in life, and yet I still want to live and experience life. This is also what I want for my kids. I don't want them to be afraid to live life. We are human, and there is risk in this. There is risk in being a nurse, a parent, a construction worker, an Uber driver, a doctor, an electrician, a scientist, a police officer, an athlete, a pilot. I could go on, but the point is, anything we want to do and be will always involve risk. So let's live while we can, and let's not take away the things that make life worth living from our kids. My junior high kids are still in the GPS system. Last year, my son was cut from the basketball team, and so he worked so hard this whole last year to achieve the goal of making the team this year, which he did. Where will that drive go if we take school, sports, and socializing away from these kids? What will drive them? What will motivate them? What will they want to even fight for if we keep ripping things away from them? It breaks my heart as his mother to not be able to watch him either, or my daughter play softball. Please let me choose if I want to take the risk in watching my son play a basketball game or my daughter play softball. Parents were allowed to watch the football games, so please open up the gyms for the basketball parents and the fields for the girls' softball parents. Please, let's let these kids live their lives the way that we got to live ours, and let's not instill fear in them, but rather faith and hope in a life well lived. Please let our kids go to school as we wish. Thank you.
Next 3 are Lisa Madison, Kathy Waldo, and Ali Troutman.
Hello. My name is Lisa Madison. I spoke at the last meeting, and I had no intention of speaking tonight. I wanted to be here, but I had no intention, but here we are again, wanting to voice our opinion. And like I mentioned in the last meeting, we as a family have been in the district for 17 years. I've absolutely loved this district, the teachers, the staff, the board. I was a substitute teacher for several years. I loved it. I was a room mom. I volunteered so many hours, gone on so many field trips. This is where our heart is in Gilbert District. It always has been. But we're getting to the point where we're tired of fighting. I'm in a position where I could stay home with my kids. My kids are old enough that they could do online schooling. At the beginning of the year, we weighed our options. We really were so close to going to a charter school. We decided as a family to stay here to fight for the vulnerable. Us parents that are here that have the opportunity to come and fight, we're happy to do so, but there are kids that are at home that don't have the support that our kids do, that need people to fight for them. They need in-person school. We're so proud of the decision that Reed Carr made last meeting on December 5th, and the other 2 board members followed through with, and we're just asking you to stick with that decision. I know there's a lot of teachers that have spoke about the benchmarks that were put in place for August and want to go back to that, but we were also given a choice in the summer to have full in-person. We were not honored that choice. We're at a different point than we were then. We have new information. In August, the benchmarks, we had no idea what it was going to look like. And now we know the spread of the community does not mirror the spread in our schools. So that's all we're asking, is just to please stick with the choice that was made on December 15th and let our kids go back to in-person learning. Thank you.
Kathy Waldo, Ali Troutman, and Jennifer Johnson.
Good evening. Happy New Year. I'm a mom to a 2nd, 4th, and 9th grade GPS student and hopefully 2 future GPS students, as well as a local pediatric healthcare provider. Thank you to those that voted for the choice to maintain in-person schooling. I am here to implore you again to maintain your vote for in-person instruction. There is no data linking a rise in community COVID cases to our school campuses. In fact, so many of our campuses had 0 cases prior to break, and were yet forced back to hybrid learning because of community spread. All we are asking for is for the board to adhere to their promise of moving campus by campus for closures, which will still keep our beloved teachers and staff shielded, but also allow as many students as possible to learn in person whose families choose that option of learning and are not at risk. This decision is not just about our sheltered Gilbert community again, or our largely high-achieving students here in our community. It is about so many children who are suffering from depression, anxiety, unexposed abuse, food insecurity, and the absence of any structured or stable environment without their schools open across our state and nation, and they are watching us. And I experienced that personally in my own practice. Teachers are incurring risk off campus by living their lives. One could argue even more risk than sitting distanced from masked space students who are required to quarantine for 7 to 10 days with essentially any illness symptoms. Stop our hemorrhaging on enrollment and preserve our future funding. I beg you, on behalf of my own children and of my pediatric patients and their families as well. I am also here, again, to ask that you consider a motion to temporarily waive the district substitute teacher application process or streamline it, and allow those substitute teachers who have received their certificate from the AZ Department of Education to step into the classroom now and support and help our teachers. Although I work part-time as a healthcare provider, I am ready to do just that. A streamlined district application process would expedite your ability to recruit professional parents like myself to temporarily staff our classrooms when needed or warranted, to support the teachers that I love and all of us are here to support. Please make the right decision and keep our schools open. Thank you.
Hi, I'm going to make this kind of short and sweet. I'm a mom of 6 kids who are all in the Gilbert Public Schools, and I also work from home. I stand here today to let you guys know that I will no longer let you guys destroy and break down my family and my kids' education. For those board members who don't have kids in school, you guys have no skin in the game. You personally do not know what it's like for our children. My kids are not learning online or on hybrid. They are zombies by the end of the day. And to those who are saying virtual until safe, I hope I don't see you in Costco, Walmart, grocery stores, salons, or any public places. You should be doing all those things virtually. Enough is enough. Keep our schools open. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jen Johnson, and I just wanted to thank the board and all of you for being here and putting in the time. I have 1 graduated from the Gilbert Public Schools and 3 currently enrolled in Gilbert Public Schools. Why is our children's education not considered essential? You don't see nurses, doctors, or nursing care facilitators on strike. Those whose lives are in the most danger, and why? Because they know that what they do is essential. And I believe that teachers are essential. I reiterate what a previous speaker said. This is not a parent versus teachers. I love our teachers. I have a bachelor's degree in elementary education and taught 4th grade for 4 years before raising my own kids. I fight for the teachers. The teachers I know want to be in person. I believe if you were to poll all the teachers in the district The large majority of them would scream that they want in person. And let me make another point. Please remember that for student athletes, this is an absolutely devastating time for them. Many have been unable to play the sports that they have worked day in and day out for weeks, months, and even years. And I believe that going to all virtual would shut down winter sports for good because it would shut down the facilities they use. To back up what a gentleman shared earlier, a study by McKinsey & Company estimated that lower quality remote learning, which is what we have and will have, has a huge impact on kids. It is estimated that lower quality remote learning from March until now equates to 6.8 months of learning lost. For Black and Hispanic children, the estimates are worse, with 10.3 and 9.2 months of lost learning. Disparities in minorities are estimated to increase 15 to 20%. The decision was made at the last meeting to move schools to online individually if they reached a certain percentage of COVID cases. To me, that seems like a win-win. If cases in a particular school get too high, they move to online and keep teachers safe. If cases in a certain school are low or non-existent, then the students continue in person. This seems like a no-brainer, and I'm not sure why we are here addressing it again. But thank you for your time.
Tara Hall, Jason Hall, and Don Rhodes.
I'm back. We've wasted so much time and energy fighting for what is safe and what is not. I've said it before, I will say it again. The school board serves the community and votes on the educational needs of the students. Educational needs, not safety needs. Reed, Lori, and Charles all voted to keep our schools open. I'm counting on you three to honor your vote and stand up with integrity to the word you gave thousands of students and families. My kids, I have 4 of them, one at Highland High School, one at Greenfield Junior High, and 2 at Neely Traditional Academy. My kids are 4th generation GPS students. So we're talking my grandparents are rolling over in their graves right now. This is appalling that you are creating a mockery of my town. I'm old Gilbert, and I refuse to stand by and not speak out on behalf of my kids and the future generations of GPS students. Keep the schools open.
Good evening, Board. Thank you for the opportunity to let us speak to you tonight. I continue to be concerned about the influences that are trying to impose their will upon our Gilbert Public Schools. There is no doubt that 2020 has been a challenging year on many levels. Unfortunately, it feels like the biggest challenge has been in the fight to keep our children where they belong in school. Across the state, systems are open, closed, hybrid, etc., continue to be a bouncing ball of uncertainty. Why does this uncertainty continue to happen with our schools? While at the same time, the malls, giant retailers, restaurants, churches, parks, and even movie theaters remain open. My message is simple. It is the difference between faith and fear. I know a couple of the board members are fearful of COVID-19. They have made it known multiple times in board meetings. At the beginning of the school year, GPS conducted a survey that showed nearly 90% of parents want the schools to remain open for in-person learning. They are choosing faith and not fear. If in-person learning is the desire of 90% of the students and parents, and I ask, why do we continue to come to this point of deciding whether we should go back to a less effective remote learning model? It doesn't make sense to me. Local teachers' unions are threatening a sick-out because they feel that the schools are not safe from COVID-19. As it was concluded in the December 15th board meeting, schools are probably the safest place for students, teachers, and the community to stop the spread of COVID-19. For some other purposes, the teachers' unions are using the COVID boogeyman as an excuse to drive an underlying initiative. I say there has to be an underlying initiative because I am 90% sure majority of the teachers employed by GPS are not going home from a day in the classroom, locking themselves in the closet surrounded by hand sanitizer and Clorox wipes. This continues to be my concern about the direction of GPS. Decisions and votes are being made against the will of the students and families that the GPS board are supposed to be representing. I know it has got to be tiring for each of you, but I am asking you, each of you, to continue to fight the good fight and hold fast to your vote from December 15th to return back to in-person learning beginning next week. There are many of us who support you and pray for you to do the right thing for our children's education and our community. Live by faith and not fear. That is what this community was founded upon and is now at risk today. Thank you.
Don Rhodes, Darlene Hibbs, and Lita DeVelgler.
I'm Dawn Rhodes, and I am a Gilbert native. I have lived in the zip code of 85234 my whole life. So obviously, I'm a product of Gilbert Public Schools. I've had 2 boys graduate from Gilbert Public Schools, and I have a freshman in the Gilbert Public Schools. I'd like to read you your mission, our mission. The teachers, the mission of the Gilbert Public Schools. It says, the mission of the Gilbert Public Schools is to provide all students with an educational environment where they can achieve academic excellence, succeed in developing strong interpersonal skills and self-esteem, and mature in physical growth and development. Did you hear that mission statement? Do you feel our current school system and what we're providing our students is fulfilling that mission statement? I don't. And I don't think a lot of parents do either, and other community members. My son, as I mentioned, is a freshman in high school. He has hated school all his life. There's been a few teachers that he's really enjoyed. He currently has some that he really likes this year. This year was the first year where he begged for school to start. He goes, Mom, I will wear that mask if it means I can get into the classroom. When he's not been in the classroom, it has been a struggle. His emotional, his demeanor, his respect has not been great. He was voted he got selected student of the month in September. That was amazing. My son has an IEP. Not that he's not smart. Jill's watched him over the years. He's an Eagle Scout. He knows how to work. His IEP is not being fulfilled. I'm contemplated if I should talk to a lawyer to make sure what you guys need to be doing to make sure his IEP and all the other kiddos' IEPs are being fulfilled, because it's not. He's not getting the resources he needs. He does so much better in school. Our home environment's not as great because, you know what? I'm home all the time. So we don't get a break from each other. However, we do our best to make sure we do. And if I'm doing the best I can, and he has a pretty good home life, I sure worry about those kids who don't have a good home life.
Darlene Hibbs.
Thank you, Dr. McCord and governing board members. As a teacher and parent in this community, it's important to remember, as divided as we seem, we share the common goal for all our children to learn in a safe, equitable, educationally effective environment. Public education's foundation is inclusivity, where no child is marginalized or excluded. But the global pandemic is leaving a large portion of our vulnerable community behind. Simply choosing to go to Global Academy is not an equitable solution for too many students. Promises were rightfully made by the board to all stakeholders to follow the data and benchmarks set by the Maricopa County Health Department to help parents make informed decisions. GPS asked families, upon returning to in-person instruction, to sign waivers and published mitigation strategies that GPS was adopting to aid in keeping schools safe and transmissions low. But unfortunately, mitigation strategies are not being followed 100% of the time. The district also promised full transparency by notifying students and staff of possible exposure in positive cases through both the school dashboard and email. Our school dashboard is self-reported, and we know it's understating cases and inaccurate based on age group demographics and zip code data published by AZDH. At the last meeting, the board established its own benchmarks and data to be used to determine what school instruction mode to return to and when, instead of the state's. Parents in favor of in-person learning spoke at the previous board meeting about Maricopa County's Health Department benchmarks and data being arbitrary. That is not the case. State benchmarks were created by public health experts with careful consideration and foresight to limit the spread of COVID-19, to not overwhelm our hospital systems, and to protect members of every community across the state. To not use this data responsibly and accurately contradicts what educators are mandated to do every single day by administration. I ask the board to please reconsider to use the unbiased, science-based health department benchmarks again in an effort to be part of the solution, to decrease community spread and keep our staff, students, and community safe. The idea our schools are safe when community spread is at an all-time high, 17,000 reported cases just yesterday, and our hospitals are at capacity is a reckless notion. Our schools are not a bubble independent of the community at large. Plain and simple, we as a community need to rediscover the art of living together, small sacrifices from each of us to limit what we do outside of school will dictate what we can do inside of school. It has to be a cooperative coming together for the collective good of all. Then and only then can we get back to what we all want, and that's in-person instruction. But until then, we need to return to virtual until it's safe. Lastly, long after this pandemic is over, we're going to remain a community tied to one another. Let's navigate this with kindness, respect, and goodwill towards each other. Thank you.
Lita. After Lita, we'll have Sophia Hammer, Iman Massard. Let's after the speaker. Okay, is that all right? Lita, go right ahead. After Lita speaks, we will take just a brief recess.
Okay, thank you. I'm here today as a parent of 2 GPS students, as a GPS teacher, a community member, and perhaps most importantly right now, as a sister of an ICU nurse. Before I share my thoughts, I want to share some of hers with you. She was recently on an email chain in her neighborhood invited to a New Year's Eve block party with about 50 people. This was her response to them. I am one of your neighbors. I live nearby. I'm going to share with you that my heart is heavy. I am tired and I feel so defeated. Originally, I was just going to ignore this thread and just hope that you enjoy your New Year's Eve party and pray that none of you or your family members have to see me in my professional capacity. I am an ICU nurse that has been working COVID ICU since March at one of the larger hospitals. My husband is a firefighter. Our family has been profoundly impacted by COVID. We are in the middle of a pandemic. Odd that I should have to say this, but I feel the need to. Are you not aware of what's going on right now? Do you not realize that my hospital is out of ICU beds? We all want normal, but having a block party on New Year's Eve will only perpetuate the issue. Each of you that attend are contributing to the problem and are not a part of the solution. Your contribution to the problem is breaking healthcare workers. We are your neighbors. She went on to tell them, I will leave you with this. Aspects of COVID exhaustion are due to the reality that many of us are carrying the weight of others' irresponsibility. We're holding a societal umbrella in a downpour while you're laughing and pretending it's not raining because you're not getting wet. It's exhausting. Now I'm going to quickly share some of my words. I'll talk fast. Both as a parent and as a teacher, the one thing I emphasize above all else to my students and my own children is integrity. Integrity is the practice of being honest and showing consistent and uncompromising adherence to strong moral, ethical principles and values. The 5 core attributes of integrity are honesty, respect, responsibility, generating trust, and helping others. I'm going to ask everybody in this room and in our community, can you say that you are acting with the utmost integrity to everyone, including our healthcare workers, each day that you walk outside? Are you holding your children accountable as well? I, like many others, have seen pictures of not just students, but adults standing shoulder to shoulder with people outside their household and no masks on. In grocery store with no masks, despite signs clearly they are making masks. And yes, I do grocery shop. I need to feed my family. I have seen videos of dances and parties because parents in the community seem to believe their child's normalcy matters more than the lives of their neighbors. I ask you, is that having integrity? I don't think so. To me, that is putting self above community. As long as the way the community behaves, the only responsible thing to do is to return to virtual learning. It is negligent to ignore the Arizona Department of Health Services, scientists, epidemiologists, and doctors that all agree school buildings should be closed while our metrics are red. I guess I'm out of time, but I have kids too, and I understand the trouble, and I know this is very hard. Thank you so much.
We have about 15 more speakers. We will take a 5-minute recess and return in 5 minutes.
I hope, I tried to just not cast any kind of shadow over her.
I don't get to see them enough. They'll want me more when and if they ever have kids.
Oh, I know she's probably going to give me
Chad was punishing me fairly.
Yeah.
It's like they're sweet as always, but oh my goodness, something I was so behind.
There. We haven't seen each other. They would be over time. And what other ways? And I don't know, I just wonder if she's like on the same level with her 5-year-old. Well, they're all trying down there. I know. Yeah, and they're all kind of making this.
Right, that's exactly
won't be able to hear it.
How's it going back there, guys?
No. Yeah, we're about to.
72 people.
I think we're about
there.
Tom Blodgett is numbering them as he tweets out the summaries of every person. So he's got, so for some reason he heard 7, so he has like 51 of 70 and 50. So if we go over, he's going to be really disappointed.
I'm glad you did. Make sure your microphones are on. Watch your mics. Mine was not. Reed and I were talking about you. Okay, if we can reconvene, please. Those of you who are in the room, please make sure you are seated and have your mask on appropriately. We are going with Sophia Hammer, Iman Musard, and Anthony, and I'm sorry, Anthony, I can't read the last name there. So, Ms. Hammer.
Thank you. Hello, board members. I am Sophia Hammer, a senior at Gilbert Classical Academy High School. I am here today to discuss my concerns regarding COVID-19. I am saddened because this is not my first time coming to speak to you all about school safety. I was here back in August before school started to address the same COVID-19 concerns. But here I am once again begging my school district to take a pandemic, and let me reiterate, a pandemic more seriously. I want to go back to school. As a senior, I want to make this year count, but not at the expense of my teachers and my peers. Trust me, I hear your concerns about mental health. I struggle with OCD and generalized anxiety myself. I take virtual counseling. I do think we need to emphasize mental health counseling more, but I think we need to be more proactive rather than reactionary. The same meeting I went to in August, you all agreed to uphold benchmarks, which you all have not. Currently in Arizona, there are 561,542 cases, 9,064 deaths, a 12.6 positivity rate, and an ICU capacity at around 93%. The benchmarks that you all placed included cases, percent positivity, and COVID-like illness, which I'm sure you all know. But according to the official Maricopa County website, the Gilbert Unified Schools District metrics are about 682.04 cases per 100,000, a 15.63% positivity rate, and a 12.8 COVID-like illness rate, which makes all the benchmarks you all put in place in red, or the substantial category. Meaning, by your logic, we should all be virtual. We are not asking for virtual for a long, minimum of 2 weeks. But since you all don't seem to necessarily care about the lives of teachers and students, you all won't even abide by the metrics you put in place. We are here today to ask for virtual learning for just a minimum of 2 weeks in order to protect everyone. We do not want to see more deaths, and we do not want to see cases rise. We just want to know our school board cares about the health of teachers and, most importantly, the health of students. I urge you all to evaluate your decision on returning tomorrow and uphold your word. Follow the benchmarks you all decided on, and don't make me, a high school student, be ashamed of our public school officials. I don't want to see any of you masking inequities by pushing students back in schools. Do it when it's safe, do it when it's right. Thank you.
Iman. And I believe the next speaker, I believe it's Anthony, but it's difficult for me to read.
Good evening, board members. I'm Iman Masood, a senior at Gilbert Classical as well, and I'm here to voice my concerns about schools reopening in person tomorrow morning. I acknowledge the precautions that you've taken, and I appreciate them. However, I'm concerned that there isn't enough being done for the students and educators of Gilbert. Schools continue to not test students' temperatures at the door or follow the benchmark that was given by the state. Arizona's cases continue to rise, and so does the risk for our educators and students. We're going through this pandemic as a community, so there is no reason to put more people at risk when it can be avoided. Once it's safe and numbers have gone down, I'd love to get back to my senior year. But after New Year's, it's not safe. Thank you to all the teachers who are accommodating and making education accessible to all. I appreciate you. We request following the benchmark guidelines and having in-person schooling once it's safe again, which would be around 2 weeks. Thank you.
Anthony?
Anthony Fiandaca, father of 4, 3 kids currently in Gilbert Public Schools. About 5 years ago, my wife and I made a decision to take our kids to Gilbert Public Schools out of private schools because of the excellent bands that you had in your public schools. Has anyone considered the impact on your band programs that virtual and remote learning has had? The answer is it's pretty devastating, despite the excellent efforts of excellent instructors who are trying to keep the program alive. My kids have worked hard to be excellent musicians, every bit as much as a star athlete would work. They want to do things like participate in state and things like that, and all of those things have been canceled because of COVID. Now, COVID's here, and we have to deal with it, but we made some decisions a few weeks ago, and people up here stated their opinions in good faith, and we made a decision on December 15th to go ahead and do hybrid for a week and come back for live instruction, which would allow my kids to continue doing the things that they like to do and be the students that they can be. By the way, my kids are excellent students, but they do struggle at home with virtual, even in other classes, not just band. So what's changed since then? Well, what's changed is we had a small minority of teachers, and I love teachers, to be clear. We appreciate the instruction our children have received from these teachers, but we've had a small minority of them threaten to basically have a sick out. To me, that's not negotiating good faith. We don't have to agree, but we come together, we state our opinions, we make a decision, and we move forward. Several have said, oh, well, we have these metrics that we had from a long time ago, and those metrics say we should stay home. That's true, but We've also been told to listen to the science. Well, what have the medical professionals said? They've said the best place for our kids is in school. You've heard it not just here, but you've heard it from experts at all levels. They say they should be in school. If you ask the parents, they'll say they should be in school. When you ask the kids, the vast majority of them say they should be in school. When you ask the teachers, the vast majority of them say they should be in school. This actually shouldn't be that hard a decision. I understand the safety concerns. And please, I don't want anyone to get sick. All right, we had family members just get COVID. We've lost people that we know due to COVID. I've got a family member right now who's sick from COVID in the hospital. It's a big deal. But you've made great decisions that have protected our students, that have protected our staff. Let's keep those in place. Where there are gaps, instead of having a sick out and walking off the job, let's identify where those gaps are and work to fix those things. That's the way we work through something like this, not by just surrendering and saying, let's go to virtual where we know the education will not be as good. I appreciate you listening to me. Thank you, and I appreciate your decisions.
Thank you. We'll go with Wendy Fiandaca and then Karen Moss.
Hi, Wendy. Thank you. Thanks for your time again. I was at the last school board meeting. I wrote out thoughts that time. I wasn't going to speak today, but I want to speak from my heart this time. I just want to give you feedback on, I've been sitting in the hallway listening the whole time. And I mean, this carries over from the last school board meeting. I hear lots of parents. What I hear are parents, and it's mostly moms, by the way. They're fighting for their kids because moms want to fix things. That's what we try to do for our kids. And the kids have no power. And us parents, we don't really have power either to fix this, but it's a fixable thing. And you guys have the power to fix it. And I really felt, I was happy with the decision you made. I was expressing frustration, but I was happy at the end, and I felt it was a fair compromise. And Mr. Carr said that it was the right thing to do. I feel like it's still the right thing to do. But I don't know, what are we doing to our kids? I was going to say the same thing that my husband said. I feel parents, they're trying to stick it out with the school district that for whatever reason, they've fallen in love with it. I did take my kids from private school to this district because of the band program at Campo Verde, because of the excellent teaching I thought I saw there, and the community. I bought into the slogan, every person, every day, we're a community. We're in this together. We do school together. All of that stuff has been gutted this year. All of it, just gutted. And what are we? And I feel for the mom. I don't know who the mom is with the cross-country student. That shouldn't have happened. He was not sick. He'd been working for 4 years to do all-state cross-country, and he couldn't do it. There should have been some accommodation. Why couldn't he run 6 feet away from anyone? If he was next to someone, he couldn't make himself 6 feet away. Why couldn't he participate? He was not sick. That's wrong. What are we doing to our kids? I have times, so I'm going to review my kids real quickly with you. I have one who graduated last year, so she's a college student, but she didn't get a graduation, not a prom, like a virtual graduation or whatever it was, but no real graduation. She is fighting to have life, real life. But we tell her things we did in college, and she's just kind of sighs and says, well, I hope I get to have a normal life and do some of those things again. She's spinning her wheels. She's waiting for her life, at the prime of her life, to start. My son is the senior this year. He's the one who had 43 days out of 87 days, and it is accurate that he was only there 43 days. And he likely is the second number 2 oboe in the state, but he didn't get to go and try to prove that last year. He won't this year. And then he'll be gone. He's done. He goes off to college. My third one, we're losing him in math. I might have to pay for a tutor for math if it's like this hybrid virtual, if it goes back and forth. And my youngest one, she has 4 years left. She's doing fine. My time's running out. But I mean, what are we doing? We're in week 41 of the 2 weeks to stop the spread. Okay, how much is enough? When is it going to be enough? I don't know.
Karen Moss. After Karen, we'll have Amanda Harless, Megan Winter, and Heather Schlemmer.
Thank you, board members, superintendent, wherever you are, for allowing me to speak this evening. I'm here with my daughter. I am a math teacher at GCA and have been a teacher in GPS going on 26 years. I am greatly offended that anyone would challenge my desire to teach and go to work. I have so much anxiety each night about this issue. I keep coming back to one thing. There are parents and students who live in our district that do not follow the guidelines. In fact, they simply do not believe in the science behind COVID. Some of these people are attending extended family gatherings. Some are attending New Year's Eve parties. Yes, with hundreds of teens potentially exposing each other and then posting it on Instagram to boast about it. As you know, tomorrow, some of those students are walking into your GPS teachers' classrooms, including mine. As of today, 5,239 people in Maricopa County have died. And Arizona is now #1 in the world. I'm asking you tonight, please follow the county metrics. Arizona State Superintendent Kathy Hoffman and the dashboard suggest virtual learning. How can you ignore these warnings? Our schools do not have appropriate safety measures in place. There is inadequate ventilation. The disinfecting, it's up to the teacher. At the high school, I have 28 to 32 students in my class. 6 sets of that, and they're only 2 feet apart. I measured. This is at least 150 contacts that your student, your high school student, is exposed to daily. At the last board meeting, you decided to just use district dashboard metrics. Unfortunately, this method is inaccurate. At my school alone, there are 2 reported cases. I have multiple students out, and I have received more than 3 letters of exposure or possible exposure. Many parents are ignoring these guidelines and refuse to call their kids in sick. There's no accountability in that system. I'm a parent for 14 years in GPS. I have high school age children. They will not be going to school unless we go virtual. I believe in science. What epidemiologists say, January is going to be the deadliest month for COVID. I hope that as a board you will follow the science. Make a responsible decision. Have online learning for 2 weeks. Follow what Chandler did. They voted for 2 weeks online. Thank you.
We have Amanda Harless, Megan Winter, and Heather Schlemmer. Megan, you're up. Amanda Harless was also up. And Heather.
Hi, thank you, Dr. Santa Cruz, members of the board and district leadership for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Megan Winter, and I know some of you up there sitting there thinking, great, winter is coming again. And I'm speaking from my heart and from my many hats that I wear in this great community of Gilbert today. I'm a mom like 5, like many of the people here tonight. I'm an educator, an activist, a friend, among other things. We are here today because we care. Everyone in this room is invested in wanting the best for Gilbert students. I just completely rewrote my whole script based off of what I heard here tonight, and I truly wholeheartedly believe that the green and the black and the purple and whatever colors in these rooms really do have the same goal in mind, and that's what's best for our students and our kids. I want to thank the teachers and families for showing up here tonight. There's many out in the parking lot as well, standing in the cold because they're not letting anybody else in. Today we have heard many families and teachers speak passionately about how they love school and GPS. Decisions are going to be made tonight. Oh, that are not popular nor convenient, but need to be made. I believe you as a board know that the district needs to be virtual. Chandler Public Schools just voted tonight to return to virtual for a couple of weeks.
Excuse me.
I won't need 3 minutes, sir. I agree with him too, but I won't need more than 3 minutes.
Excuse me. This is the board meeting. They forgot to start the timer. I didn't see the timer going.
I understand that.
And so we've started the timer. We allow her to speak, please.
Yeah, well, I might want a few more seconds left back. I truly want to thank them for, I don't know where I'm at now. But anyway, we can't wish away the numbers and the benchmarks. They're there. They're in our face. We can't put back the clock back to 2 weeks earlier, back to September. We can't go back in time. All we can do is be where we are today. And today we are in the red. We can't, however, there's been a change along the way of what metrics we have followed. And so what I'm begging you to do is to put away the idea that we can't make changes, because we have made changes, and go back to the Maricopa County guidelines and dashboard to guide the district. We also can go back to look at individual schools. This might require a reset in order to be able to follow through with this. Decisions about returning to some school instruction would be great, like for hybrid for some schools where the community is following. I truly want to thank I really want to thank all the elementary parents that were here tonight talking about how they taught their kids to wear their masks and behave. That is wonderful, and they really appreciate it. We know that. Part of the problem, though, is coming from the community that's not here tonight, that they're not following rules, and some of the kids, especially in the junior high and high schools, are making a mockery of the different rules. And we can't, the teachers don't have control over that, even when they try to. We need to get the spread under control. Simple steps such as masking up and avoiding large gatherings. We have educators, students, parents, and community members arguing amongst themselves. I am pleading that we get back to mutual responsibility for educating the students of Gilbert. This means that we need the community to support virtual learning so we can get back to in-person learning. I would like to ask for forgiveness if I offended anyone or hurt anyone in the process of getting to this moment tonight. I truly care about the people and what is best. I have never encouraged to sick out, nor has the Gilbert Education Association encouraged to sick out. We haven't threatened to leave Gilbert Public Schools. No one here tonight has threatened not to show up tomorrow.
Thank you.
Also, have her, whatever. I will stop, but thank you. I don't know why you
Heather?
I don't blame you for not trying the last name. Nobody likes that one, including me. All right, Dr. McCord, Dr. Santa Cruz, and members of the governing board, thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. I think it's important to note that there were about 50 people still waiting in line to share their perspective when they were notified that no more comments would be taken this evening. My name is Heather Schlemmer. This is my 16th year in special education, the majority of which I've devoted to students and families in Gilbert Public School. I would say that I fit the description of a good teacher from the gentleman who spoke earlier. I am willing and ready to show up to teach. However, given that we are in the middle of a frightening surge in COVID illness, I believe this can be done virtually as a temporary measure. I am fully capable and equipped to show up to teach online and to do it well. I'm also a parent. My elementary-age children attend our neighborhood school in another district. It was our preference for our students to attend in person. We value the magic that happens in a classroom, but we wanted to be sure they could do so safely. Their district has followed the benchmarks and guidance put forth by public health professionals. As a result, changes to their schedules and instructional delivery has been predictable and consistent, giving us adequate time to make plans as a family. They miss their teachers and friends, but they have received excellent instruction and social learning opportunities through the incredible efforts and constant innovation of their school teams. I think the previous 60 or so speakers have captured key issues as understood through differing worldviews. So I will just briefly highlight a few of the concerns that continue to flood my thoughts as I prepare to wrap my mind around returning to my classroom. First, as I watched the last meeting online, a key phrase was included in the intro to both Mr. Carr and Ms. Humphrey's proposals, with strong mitigation strategies. With tremendous gratitude to my administration and custodial team for their efforts, I do not believe that we have been adequately resourced as a district with the staff, supplies, time, or physical space necessary to implement strong mitigation practices. In alignment with the question of why don't staff feel safe, the CDC has an interview guide in the K-12 toolkit, which I would encourage the district to consider adapting to gather stakeholder input and address remaining concerns. Second, I'm very concerned about the expiration of additional paid sick leave under the CARES Act. It is also my understanding that GPS will no longer be able to provide the generous additional 10-day buffer made available last semester. I currently have 5 sick days. Should I need to quarantine or, heaven forbid, fall ill, I do not know what I will do. I think back to the weeks where I've received multiple exposure letters and worry about how many more bullets I'll dodge, especially as a community spread is rampant and while the district dashboard is not fully accurate or transparent. Lastly, and the one that causes me the greatest stress, is that mortality conversations exclude concerns of morbidity. We just really have no sense of what ongoing issues may present in both staff and children, regardless of survival rates and or presentation of symptoms. In my extended circle, this has included blood clots, heart and lung damage, and language and functional skill regression.
We have Dana Fredericks. Looks like Bailey E. and Alma E.
Good evening. My name is Dana Fredericks. I am a parent of an 8th grade student athlete at Highland Junior High School. I've been an active parent volunteer in the district since my son was in kindergarten, serving on PTSO, school councils, as well as in the classrooms. First off, I want you to know I recognize what a challenging position you've been placed in and personally feel you shouldn't be the one making this decision, but since our state leadership will not, it sadly falls in your lap. I'm here tonight with a lot of trepidation as my family has taken the recommended mitigation strategies to remain socially distanced as much as possible throughout the last 9.5 months and continue to do so. Despite my concerns about being at large gatherings such as this, I am here as my concerns for the safety of our students, teachers, and staff outweighs my apprehension as I feel email correspondence has not been as effective as those that have expressed their concerns in person. I have always had the utmost respect for our school board and our district leadership and was appalled by how you were spoken to at the last meeting. However, despite the level of disrespect you were shown, it is apparent that those who yelled the loudest were clearly heard based on the decisions that were made. And while the concern of those who opted to remain socially distanced and express their concerns via email fell on deaf ears. While the main discussion has been about in-person learning versus virtual versus hybrid, I believe the bigger issue is the decision that was made at the prior meeting to use district metrics versus the county metrics. As had we continued with the county metrics, there wouldn't be a discussion about the learning model as the benchmarks would clearly indicate where we should be. District metrics, which rely on self-reporting and can easily be manipulated to fit the narrative by positive cases not being reported, are unacceptable. The commitment from this district at the start of this school year was the county metrics would be followed, making this choice as nothing more than a bait and switch by changing on the district reporting. This commitment was made to GPS families and staff and needs to be honored. I've heard a lot of people talk about honoring your decision on December 15th. I'm asking that you honor the decision you made in August. The issue surrounding COVID is not based on what's happening at the schools, as I believe our schools are doing a great job. But unfortunately, it's what's happening outside of the school that is creating the problem, which then brings the issue into the schools. As a district, we cannot continue to control the decisions people have made to partake in social gatherings or travel for holidays, as well as not mask up accordingly. But we should not be opening our schools following 2 weeks that people have been gathering and traveling. Schools should be virtual for at least 2 weeks, or at minimum, in a hybrid model to mitigate the amount of people on campus at one time. This is not, I've got some more and I know I'm running out of time. There is quite a bit, this is not ideal for anybody. This is not what anybody wants. Every teacher I know wants to be in person, but their safety should not be compromised. Everyone talks about our students having the choice to go online. Our teachers don't always have that same option. Thank you.
Bailey E., Alma E., and Stacy F.
Good evening, governing board members and Dr. McCord. My name is Bailey, and I'm a junior at Desert Ridge High School. I am aware that you have been forced to make decisions of great magnitude and consequence. I know this is not what you signed up for. These choices should be made by people with the proper qualifications. Fortunately, you were given guidelines to follow by medical professionals, the county health dashboard. All year, you have been using this data to guide your decisions. When we chose in-person learning at the beginning of the year, it was assumed you would continue to do so. Your latest decision to instead use the highly inaccurate district dashboard blindsided us. I assure you, like everyone here, I am eager to return to normalcy. I want nothing more than to go to school in person and to enjoy the social and academic opportunities that I expected of my junior year. However, I am mature enough to put the health and safety of others above my social life. Like most teenagers, COVID has significantly impacted my mental health. However, the loss of a loved one would be worse, and your recent decision makes this more likely. I understand the pressure to bend to the will of the loud and aggressive parents advocating for full in-person instruction. I am here to advocate for the students, parents, and educators who want a safe and ethical delivery model. I should not have to worry for my family's health when I notice the classmate usually seated next to me is absent. I should not have to wonder if there will be a hospital bed available should myself or a family member need one. I should be able to attend classes without having to worry if my assigned partner for a project has attended the maskless party that took place last weekend. Many say we had a choice, but it wasn't that simple. Global does not support all students' needs. Those involved in special programs like AP Capstone, IB, and those in need of special education services should not have to choose between fulfilling their educational needs and keeping their families safe. These needs can be met by following the metrics and changing the delivery model accordingly. This is what was expected and what we prepared for. This is what I ask of you. Remain in the full virtual model for at least 2 weeks until the county is able to publish data on the state of our community. Then follow the county metrics. I beg of you, please make the right decision tonight. Thank you.
Hi. I am here as both a GPS parent and also an employee. I'm a special education teacher in a self-contained classroom. And I'm here because I love working for GPS and working with my students every day. I also am so very proud to have 2 kids that attend GPS schools and admire the wonderful job that the teachers and staff have done for them. I know that many like me want our kids in school and at a GPS school because of the excellent education that is being provided by all of our talented and caring teachers, therapists, and support staff. I know I do not speak only for myself when I say that as educators, we do our job because we love our job. We are passionate about teaching and we care for our students. With that being said, I do know that we must prioritize the health and safety of our educators, students, and the rest of the community as we go through this pandemic by using reliable metrics. I understand how hard it is to stay home. I stayed home with my kids and I had to teach at the same time. And I have a child with ADHD. So that was extremely hard. I understand, but it is my job as a parent to help him and also to fulfill my job. Virtual learning is not the best for all, and I totally agree with that, but it is only temporary. Virtual learning is especially hard for the population of the students I serve. And I do not want that for them, but right now it is what is needed. As of now, the Arizona Health Department metrics, which you guys decided to adopt, indicate significant community spread, but you all know that. Hospital bed availability is at the lowest percentage, 7% as of Sunday, since the pandemic began. I am currently expecting a baby, and this concerns me. I have not had COVID, and I am concerned about getting it at work and not being able to be cared for if I happen to have severe symptoms. At the beginning of this, parents and teachers agreed to return in-person learning because you guys committed to following these metrics on August 18th and indicated that those metrics would guide the mode of learning. This recommendation right now is for virtual for all students, no exceptions. During hybrid right now is still bringing kids to campus and exposing everyone. This is what guided me, and I am sure other educators and parents in choosing our mode of either learning for our students or teaching back in September. I understand that the survivor rate is 98, 99%, but that ignores the risks depending on many things, including ethnic groups. As per the CDC, Black and Hispanic and Native Americans are much more likely to die of COVID in all age groups, and I am in one of those groups. Again, I repeat, this is only a temporary situation. We all have to do our part so this can be over sooner rather than later. The fact that I want us to follow the benchmarks.
Time. Stacy F., Kim V., and Lisa Nenning.
Hi, thank you for the chance to speak. I'm going to be brief. I have 2 kids in the district currently and 1 who graduated and is now in the healthcare business, which has given me some perspective. But when I chose Gilbert Public Schools for my kids, I did so because when I talked to the teachers and when I talked to the principals, I got the sense that they felt genuinely supported by each other, by parents, by the community. And I know that that's when magic happens in the classroom, when teachers feel like the community has their backs. That's why I sent my kids here. I have been incredibly impressed by the education that they've gotten thus far. But this pandemic has really compromised that sense of support that we've been able to provide the teachers. And that's why I'm here today, to support the teachers so that my kids can get back to normal. They can get back to normal sooner. I think we all need to work together to make that happen. I know that there's a lot of people in the district who are very data savvy. You make data-driven decisions all the time about education, about the curriculum. I'm asking you to make a data-driven decision about the safety of our teachers and our kids. I'm asking you to use the most reliable, valid data that we have, and that's the Maricopa County data, not the dashboard data. The virus doesn't understand school boundaries. I don't think that dashboard data has been accurate. I think there's a lot of agreement on that. The county data are the best that we have, and I'm asking you to make your decision based on that. Let's go back when it's safe to do so. Thank you.
We have Kim V., and then Tisha Hensley Brown, and Lisa Nenning.
Dear members of the board and Dr. McCord, thank you for the opportunity to hear us speak tonight. We appreciate you taking all of this time to hear everyone speak. I'm a parent of 16 years in Gilbert Public Schools, including a child in special education from the age of 3. I'm also in my 24th year as a full professor at Arizona State University with expertise in child and adolescent development and family dynamics. Many of us are here tonight because we share the common belief in the greatness of GPS. What makes GPS great is the people. It's the educators, it's the staff members, it's the administrators, it's the bus drivers, it's the janitorial staff. It's everyone who works together to make this a great district. And we all want our children to be in school because they have such talented, smart, and hardworking educators. And they've worked 10 times as hard this year as any other year they've probably been teachers. And they clearly want to be in the classroom. But as many people have said tonight, we're in the middle of a global pandemic. My grandfather is 101 years old, and this is his first global pandemic. This is nothing like we've ever experienced in our lifetimes. And if we want to save GPS through this global pandemic, then we have to prioritize the health and safety of our educators and our community, and we have to do it using reliable and valid metrics. Metrics developed by state and county health experts, a panel of them, not an individual pediatrician, not a researcher like me, a whole panel of them said that it is not safe to be in school right now. All metrics are in red. And frankly, I thought they were very weak metrics, and they're all in red. These metrics are in place to prevent our healthcare system from being overwhelmed. There is almost no beds left in our healthcare system. And I'd also like to speak to the data about school opening, because I've heard it mentioned tonight. The data says that school opening doesn't contribute to community transmission when transmission is low and when mitigation strategies are strong in the schools and in the communities. We meet none of those criteria right now. And if you wonder why the schools aren't safe, listen to what the teachers are telling you. Because I post on Facebook and I got tons of messages about their concerns about safety. So ask them why they're not safe. They have very good reason, because the mitigation strategies are not effective. Is our community doing our part? I think we've all seen the Instagram video, and we know the answer to that. And we don't know what's going to happen in the 2 weeks post that. So I encourage you to return to virtual learning until we know. We must prioritize the health and safety of all members of our community. Our children are not better off if their educators are too sick to be there. They are not better off if our teachers die. We all know we have a teacher shortage and a sub shortage. We can't afford to lose our teachers. And frankly, I don't think they feel supported right now. I think that we had an agreement to stick to the metrics, and we need to do that for the teachers. Thank you.
Good evening, members of the board and Dr. McCord. First, thank you all for your service to our community. I am a parent of 2 children who attend a district elementary school. I speak on behalf of my family and for friends of the district who could not speak tonight due to fears of putting themselves and their families at risk of COVID. In fact, I and many others have written this board, requesting you ensure all families have equal access to communicate verbally and publicly to this body. The current practice of requiring public verbal input to only be given in person is denying access to our most COVID vulnerable and medically fragile GPS families and silencing a significant portion of our district population during this pandemic. We ask GPS to do all it can to create a safe option for them, especially now when our district, town, county, and state are all red and well within the substantial transmission level of community spread. I also speak to express our concerns that the board has decided to disregard the state and county metrics they agreed to follow last fall. Both the state and county dashboards currently, and for some time, have indicated the learning model for our district should be virtual. This board has chosen to disregard these metrics and instead rely solely on their own dashboard and a symptom-based screening strategy. The district dashboard strategy would be helpful if it was reliable, but it's not. It relies on 3 faulty assumptions that prevent it from capturing a complete and accurate count of COVID cases and transmission risk in our schools. 1, it assumes all children infected with COVID will be symptomatic. Several health organizations inform us that children do get infected with the virus, but that many are asymptomatic or have very mild symptoms. The district's dashboard strategy does not account for these asymptomatic kids. A recent paper from the AAMC states the phenomenon of asymptomatic kids, quote, opens vulnerability for schools where safety strategies, including screening students for symptoms, end quote, and that this, quote, may not be effective to capture infections among school-aged children, end quote. 2, it assumes parents will notify health personnel when their child has at least 1 symptom. Kids with symptoms asked to stay home for 10 days is a disincentive for parents to report symptoms. Children with slight or very mild symptoms may not even be obvious to their parents. A recent statement from the American Academy of Pediatrics says the number of reported COVID cases in children is likely an undercount because children's symptoms are often mild and they may not be tested for every illness. It is reasonable to say that some children with mild symptoms are not counted on that dashboard. 3, it assumes parents will choose to have their children tested for COVID. Parents concerned about invasive tests, costs, and a desire to keep positive counts low may choose not to get tested. COVID-positive children without a confirmed test result will not be counted on that district dashboard. For all these reasons, the district dashboard does not give us an accurate nor complete picture of COVID case and transmission risk in our schools. It is important the board follow the state and county metrics for valid and reliable data to assess risk to our children, our families, our teachers, and staff. Currently, our local epidemiologists and public health experts are telling us that there is substantial risk in our community.
Time. Lisa, and then Robin Doder, and then finally Ted Gibson.
Good evening, Dr. McCord and Gilbert Governing Board members. Thank you for subjecting yourselves to this marathon and for allowing us all, giving us all a chance to speak. I know you all to be staunch advocates for the students and staff of Gilbert Public Schools. My name is Lisa Nenning. I am a 37-year teaching veteran, 27 of those years here in Gilbert Public Schools. I am here tonight to urge you to follow the guidance of the state and county health officials, which recommend that schools in Maricopa County move to virtual instruction due to the substantial risk of COVID spread. The board voted to do this at the beginning of the school year and then voted not to do this on December 15th. That decision must be preempted by current particulars surrounding the spread of the virus. Here in Arizona, there were more coronavirus-related deaths reported in December than in any other month in 2020. Some statistics that were just reported today include, number one, a 91% increase in the 7-day death average. This represents a 460% increase since October the 1st. Number two, a 46% increase in the 7-day case average. This represents a 1,599% increase since October the 1st. In fact, it was reported today that Arizona is showing the highest per capita rate in the world right now. Number three, health experts believe that the new strain of the disease, which was originally discovered in the UK, is likely already widespread in the United States. As I'm sure you know, this strain, called a ticking time bomb, is known for the speed with which it spreads. This variant is not dangerous because it causes more serious cases. It's dangerous because it causes more cases. More cases means more hospitalizations, more deaths. It seems only a matter of time before it finds a comfortable home in highly populated school campuses. Just today, England entered its strictest lockdown since March because the new variant is driving a spiraling increase in new cases. Number four, most importantly, our hospitals and their staff are overwhelmed. School communities must work with the healthcare community if we are ever to have a hope.
Thank you. Robin Daughter and Ted Gibson.
Thank you. I'm Robin Daughter. I'm here against my better judgment. I'm a high-risk teacher due to an autoimmune illness. I opted for virtual school this year, and my presence here today means I can't help my disabled mother for the next 2 weeks unless I get tested. Those of us who are trying not to risk exposure have not had opportunities to speak to the board, so our voices have not been represented, and that's why I'm risking it. But I'm here on behalf of my work family and my students. Right now, Arizona leads the nation in per capita infection and hospitalization. The recent holidays will only exacerbate this. On December 16th, Ducey stated that our current numbers are the result of Halloween and Thanksgiving gatherings. How long will our Christmas and New Year's surge last? How bad will it be? Do we really want to risk it? Some are arguing that we don't see school spread, but schools aren't an island. And the idea that schools are safe zones from COVID is inaccurate and dangerous, especially considering mask non-compliance in secondary schools. At the massive house party in Gilbert on New Year's Eve, a video showed young, maskless youths dancing in a standing room only environment. How long before they get sick? How many people will they infect before they even have symptoms? The community outcry is misdirected. This is the world's worst group project. If the community wants in-person schooling, the pressure shouldn't be on the school board to force that. It should be on the community to make better choices. All a single week of hybrid will accomplish is the potential exposure of every staff member and half of our students' population. Since the virus can spread before symptoms and has a 2-week incubation period, 2 weeks of online instruction is the minimum length of time required for safer reopening. An IDSA study found, and I quote, 15 to 45% of SARS-CoV-2 infections are asymptomatic. All others can be considered to have a pre-symptomatic phase in which individuals are infectious prior to being symptomatic. I hear people say repeatedly that teachers should choose online if we're worried, but there weren't enough online positions for everyone who applied. And frankly, teachers who opted to teach in person did so expecting the board to make decisions based on the state health metrics as promised. The school's COVID dashboard is not an acceptable replacement. You've heard multiple reasons why. The one that bothers me the most is excluding confirmed cases if they weren't on campus within 48 hours of a positive test, even though we know this can spread prior to onset of symptoms. I understand that the mental health of our students is an area for concern, but remember, COVID didn't start that. We've been fighting for more services for years as the teen suicide rate has been climbing. We should be proactive, not reactive, and focus our time and resources to outreach and providing services to those who need them. The unknown long-term effects on young people and healthy adults include heart.
That's fine. You can.
That's fine, we'll take it.
In the book of Proverbs, King Solomon wrote, "The way of the fool is right in his own mind, but a wise man listens to advice." I know that I'm looking at 5 people that want to make a very wise decision tonight. The problem is, King Solomon didn't tell you whose advice to listen to. And that's the quagmire we find ourselves in. If you think that the 71 people that you heard speak before you today are an accurate representation of all of your constituents, I think you're sorely mistaken, and I think you know that. We are in the middle of a public health crisis, and to choose now as the moment not to listen to our public health officials seems not only flippant, it seems like a disregard for life, and I can't stand for that. Human life. We're all humans. We all have commonalities. We are, by nature, social beings, and we've been asked to not be social, to be antisocial, because viruses are social. So we've had to move away, and we've all had to make sacrifices. So who do you listen to? I'm here today to tell you not to listen to me. Don't listen to me. I'll tell you what I want. I want to teach in person. I do, and I think every single person in here wants a return to in-person teaching. But it's not about what we want. It's about what our hospitals, our doctors, our nurses, our EMTs need us to do. If you think that you can send 30,000 people back into campuses over the next week, into poorly ventilated rooms, and not have at least one case of viral spread, I don't think you've been paying much attention. And that's what our doctors are asking us to do. not to spread it to a single another person, because there is not room for them in the hospitals. So yes, schools are the safest place for our kids, but ICU beds are the safest place for advanced COVID patients. And if you continue to disregard the advice of our public health officials, that's what you've chosen. You've chosen to listen to the wrong advice. I hope you make the right choice. I hope you'll do better for Gilbert. I hope you'll follow what Chandler just did, that you will keep all students and staff out of classrooms until the 19th. They also decided not to have school tomorrow to give a work day to all those that have to pivot into this new reality we have. And on the 19th, I suggest that you bring back elementary students and special ed students. Think long and hard about what you're going to do with secondary students. Thank you.
Thank you. That was our last speaker. We'll move on to item 8, which is consent agenda information for consideration, discussion, and direction and possible approval. Item 8.01 is approval of the consent agenda items. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Thank you, Ms. Humphries. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mrs. Uggetti. Is there any discussion? Seeing no discussion, we will take a vote on the consent agenda to be accepted as presented. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, the same. Motion carries 5-0. Item 9, action items. Item 9.01 is discussion and possible action regarding the type of learning mode for the third quarter of the 2020-2021 school year. Is there a motion related to that? I have something to offer. If there is not a verbal at this point.
Dr. Santa Cruz, I was considering motioning just for discussion, if we could discuss. But if you have a motion to offer, I'm open to that.
Actually, I took the liberty this afternoon of drafting 3 possible scenario motions.
Oh, thank you.
And they are printed for your review. And I'll give the board a couple of minutes to take a look at what's been presented. Each of them, at least under my consideration, is a separate item. Obviously, we would, if accepted, we would only accept one of them.
Sorry, on motion number 3, there seems to be a missing part or sentence isn't complete. Can you tell us what that would be?
exactly what's.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Sorry, board members, that number 3 motion is incomplete there at the end, but the end should read like the end of motion possibility number 2. I will submit motion number 1 for discussion if there is a second.
Well, I will second, let's discuss. I think that
Okay.
it's important to discuss.
The motion as I propose it, that is motion number 1, is the introduction, obviously, is on November 4th. This governing board instructed the superintendent to utilize school-by-school COVID cases and GPS boundary county published specific metrics for determining when school or the entire district will meet its hybrid or in-person, or will meet its school and in hybrid in-person manner. GPS has calculated some school-specific exceptions as previously determined. Those limits are, and then we list the 1% for high schools, the 1.5%, and the 2% for elementary schools. The junior high school is 1.5%. That was by way of the introduction. The body of the motion, as I present it, would be the board updates its instruction to the superintendent as follows. K-6 classes will be held in hybrid fashion for the first 2 weeks of the third quarter of school, followed by a virtual instruction modality for the month of January 2021. Grades K-6 are provided additional days in order to allow time for parents/guardians and school staff adequate time to organize this mode of instructional delivery. Grades 7 through 12 will begin virtual instruction on January 11th, 2021 through January 29th, 2021. All district schools will remain in virtual instruction mode until local, county, and state health-related data indicates an appropriate and significant decline in COVID case numbers and the rate of spread of the disease. This motion may be in effect for the entire third quarter of the 2020-2021 school year. I offer that as a point for discussion, and Ms. Humphreys has seconded. Discussion.
If I'm reading it correctly, and I'm just trying to process this right now, it would be 2 weeks of hybrid. Is that correct?
For the elementary schools,
Okay,
yes.
so we would be disregarding the metrics. Am I reading that? From, basically what we're hearing right now is from the county is that we should be doing virtual, and
Right.
this would be disregarding it.
Right. And to be sure, as I've indicated, that all schools will remain on virtual instruction mode, and then I inserted, given the local, county, and state health-related data that indicates that there is an appropriate and significant decline in COVID numbers, probably should have included that above as well. But for a point of discussion,
My concern is that we have tried these many months in every way to educate our students and to keep our staff and teachers safe and mitigate. And we absolutely 100% know that virtual learning, there's the education, we don't fulfill our purpose to educate with virtual learning. So my concern would be, could we find any other way to have mitigation strategies that I understand the concern for the safety and health, but I also understand the need and the commitment that we have to educate students. So how can we find, I guess for me, the virtual through the end of January is really concerning. And I would like to, I know that we are looking at all the health metrics, which we do look at. We look at all of that. But I also know that things have been updated and that guidance from the CDC and from our county continues to update. And I think that would be important to discuss as well. I don't know if Jen Frost, our district nurse, would be willing to give the latest update from the county. She speaks with county health often about what their guidance has been as of late. If you'd come and just give us a briefing of that so that we can hear, so that we can take into consideration all of the data that's so important, including those metrics that we agreed to and that we looked at months ago that have now, that there's other data as well to consider.
So on December 17th, the last date of Maricopa's guidance meeting with the school nurses and school staff, we have a meeting every Thursday, and that was our last guidance. And in that guidance, they indicated, again, Dr. Peggy Stemler said that if we have mitigation strategies in place, if our community is supportive, if we have enough staff, that they actually did support us being in school in person, and that we needed to make that decision based on our school community, not based on the metrics from the district. I and other staff members from different districts have explained to them that it's very difficult to make those decisions as individuals when the dashboards are up there and they're visible and they're very visceral and they're all in red. And they continue to stay understanding of that, but that, again, that their recommendations are solely recommendations. They did give us a PowerPoint on the 17th, and again, it stated on page 6 that they found that there is not any good data saying that school is supporting the spread of the virus, that it's a community spread, that it's funerals, weddings, parties, birthdays, get-togethers with families versus in school. That actually the in-school is where the environment is more controlled. So my feeling from that presentation from them is that if we go virtual, I don't know that it's going to change our community metrics. I don't know that it's going to change anything for our community, because we can't see that our cases in our schools have risen or dropped based on what's going on in the community. It hasn't. It's been an independent factor.
Okay. Again, I think that's just something to add into this discussion and into the data that we start looking at and keep looking at, that we're receiving from epidemiologists, county health officials, not just coming up with this on our own to have that discussion. So just one more thing to add in as we discuss and try to find the best way that we can to educate our kids, but also have health and safety, which is so important of our staff, and we need to do all that we can. So this is hard.
This is really hard. I mean, it is a really hard decision, and it's very hard to navigate. I did have Peggy Stemler's number, so I did talk to her today, because I looked through that presentation and was reading it, and the conversation that I had with her, I think we can do what we want as long as the community gets behind us and helps us to do it. The conversation I had with her was that maybe we go 2 weeks virtual, allow some of this to get out of our system, but that means that if we're 2 weeks virtual, we can't have kids running around at the park with no masks. We can't have kids going to Fat Cats. We need to stay home and help everybody stay safe so the metrics can go down. And I know that's a big ask. I think it's really hard to, our data isn't our destiny. Right now, we're in substantial spread. And last summer when we were at our peak, I knew of a few people that had COVID, but I hear of it many, many families, many people I talk to that they're in quarantine or they've had a family member test positive. And it does, it does impact the schools. And listening tonight, the problem is that everybody is right. Kids need to be in school, and also we need to feel that it's safe. We need to have strong enough mitigation strategies in the schools and in the community that people can feel that they can trust that when they go to school, there will be, that they aren't risking themselves. I mean, I don't think any of us would be here tonight if we thought it was a risk that we would get COVID and then take it home to a family member who would die or that we would die. I mean, we wouldn't take that risk. We would stay home. So I think it's, for me, I am concerned about this long time of being virtual instruction, but I also think there are valid concerns, and I do think we need to address some of those concerns that people have for safety.
Ms. Frost, did County Health express any opinion or research-based data related to the month of January after the holiday and February when the incubation period will be in full blow?
No, they have not said anything that's specific. Again, they go back to, and it's kind of a canned response, is that if our community is in support, if we have the staffing, if we have mitigation strategies, and that's kind of the twofold though. If our community is in support, that doesn't mean that our community wants school. It means that our community is in support of the strategies that encourage us to be able to go to school safely, keeping their kids home when they're sick, following the quarantine guidelines, those kinds of things. Kathy Hoffman said that she was hoping for 2 weeks of virtual just to kind of quell the spread, after our last New Year's, which I think in a way does make sense, because then it could shake out any positives for those 2 weeks and hopefully go back to lower numbers. But again, I don't have any data that shows that school spreads it, so that's kind of a contraindication right there. We have another meeting on Thursday, but they haven't given us any guidelines per se for that.
We don't have data. I have anecdotal data of people, a couple people getting it at school. A teacher who sent us an email explaining her story and how sick she was, and then a friend who feels that her daughter possibly got it at school, but it's hard to know because it's more prevalent in the community.
Right. And that is hard to know, because with not only children can be asymptomatic, but adults can be asymptomatic, a very large amount of adults. And so, unless you don't go anywhere else but one exact place every day, you really can't say that you got it somewhere.
Mr. Jetty, go ahead.
To me, this is backwards. I think that right now is when we should be virtual. And then look at it, like you said, in 2 weeks, depending on what happens through from the holidays. I don't think there's anybody that sits up here that doesn't agree that we should be we would want to be in the classroom. I think that, I heard that from the teachers. I think our kids want to be in the classroom, but we're in a pandemic. And, sports and all those other things have been canceled, not because of us, but because of the excuse me?
Those were all AIA decisions.
Yes.
They did
No.
not contact the board.
They were done by.
Excuse me, this is the board meeting and we're discussing, it's not audience participation now.
Yeah.
We've just listened to you, and this is for us to discuss so we can make a decision.
It was done by the Arizona Interscholastic Association. Those decisions have been made by them. We've had some decisions to be made, but, I think that we have to be safe for our whole community. I've said that all along. I think that we should all be in the classroom, but we're in the middle of a pandemic. What I would like to see is let's do virtual and give it the time. And hopefully that in the next couple of weeks, we'll be in a place where we can go back to hybrid. And I feel very strongly about that, and I've said it before.
Yeah. I would agree absolutely with your sentiment. The issue that drives part of my thought process relates to the fact that our one-to-one technology at the elementary level is not the same as it is at grades 7 through 12. So what will have to happen, at least it's my understanding, and Mr. Castellano can correct me, or Dr. Newman can correct me, is that teachers and staff have to be given time to call back in the technology wherever it is and then reassign it. And some of those have already been placed in a holding pattern to be reassigned somehow. And some of those are now just being collected. I think I'm correct on that. Mr. Castellano? The turnkey operation at the 712 level is a little easier because the technology is already at a one-to-one, I believe.
Correct. We gave the elementary schools the choice, though, whether they wanted to collect those back or not. So some elementary schools did collect those back, but not all of them, but I don't have the specific number on how many. However, they've done this almost 3 times now, so they could turn those around quickly, the schools that need to hand those back out at the elementary level and check those back out.
Okay. The other condition that was there, at least as I was thinking, was the whole idea that parents, and guardians, and staff, whatever it is that we decide, need to have time to prepare for that eventuality, whatever it is. And so those are drivers in that thought process as well. No question that everything is in the red, and we are just seeing escalating numbers of cases. And the people have already mentioned that the hospitals are full. And I'm not a health professional and don't pretend to be one, but if we don't have teachers in the classroom, even if we amass a whole army of parental support, educated, certified people, instruction still is stymied.
I guess all of these numbers have increased while we haven't been in school. So how
Correct.
does that? No, don't. I'm trying to discuss with him. So I'm just saying then how, that's where my concern is then how does us staying out of school necessarily keep that from spreading? This isn't about school spreading. That's not our job. Our job is to educate students, and our job is to keep spread from within the campuses. It's not our job to keep the whole virus stymied, that it will never appear anywhere. And I guess my real concern too is now that we're bringing up, there's another viral strain that we're concerned about. I'm concerned, when are we ever going to, and what is our exit strategy here to ever have our children at school? You know, I'm just saying, and it's critical that they are in school. This doesn't even, just let's not be delusional that there's educating, as much as the teachers are working as hard as they are in virtual learning.
They would agree with you,
I know.
I think.
I know they do. I know, and I know they've done all they can.
Right.
And And we've heard and we know it isn't a viable option for learning. Learning doesn't occur through that. So I don't know. Again, I don't want to go virtual because I don't feel like I don't feel like we meet our purpose. If there's any way to find mitigating strategies to help teachers feel safe, to make sure that we're being safe in the next couple weeks, especially as these numbers are high, I would prefer to look at that.
And the answer to the when question is probably a good one, because I'm not even sure the medical professionals know that.
I think another concern then is that there are, though, other schools around us that are in school full-time. And that's, so there is some, again, just as we've been told by the county health, there is some leeway in it. And so, again, we're making a decision that impacts students and their learning. And there will be all kinds of consequences of it. I know there are both ways. I know there are every way. So, but I just hope that, I just want us to know and be clear on the decision that we're making. Also, I do want to talk about what are any financial impacts of it. I also want to talk about that we still will have to have on-site learning. So it's not as if there won't be students on campuses with adults.
And you're talking about the governor's executive order,
Right.
which we have no control over.
Right. So, but it doesn't eliminate that students will be on campus with adults.
It will be fewer students, and maybe they can social distance more.
Well, we can do hybrid then and have fewer students
Well,
on campus.
that's true too.
You know? Could I, sorry, let me ask though, Ms. Betts, could you speak to because to make a decision, we should look at all of the things that are involved in this. So what would be the financial impacts possible if we do virtual, if we do hybrid? What kinds of things are we looking at? Just so we know all the impacts that we're looking at.
So I can only share with what I know today. And so what I know today is that based upon our thinking that we would receive funding to the level of 98% of last year's weighted student counts, we requested a $30 million enrollment stabilization grant, and we received $14 million of that. So, and then now, as of January, we now know that the Department of Education has applied that distance learning reduction to us on top of that. So we have now quantified that, and that amount is $6.4 million. That's based upon the first 40 days. So as we have more distance learning days, that amount could go up, or it could also go down, because the distance learning is over 180 days, not just over 40 days. Obviously, the first 40 days, we had a significant number of distance learning days, which accounts for that high percentage reduction. So, but it's early to tell. We don't know the number of students that might be enrolling again in January. That happens often. There's also withdrawals in January. That also happens. So everything is moving and very fluid right now.
So we don't have any.
No, the only thing is the more days that were distance learning, it will be more of a reduction than if we weren't.
Okay.
So that's the only thing I can say about that.
Okay.
Ms. Betts, can I we have the $30 million deficit, and the $6.4 million is on top of that.
That's correct. That's correct.
Okay.
But we did receive the $14 million in the ESG grant recently.
Okay. So that
And we do know that with the second corona relief package, there is some monies designated for K-12 education throughout the nation that has not been quantified for Gilbert Public Schools at this time. So there's lots of moving parts right now.
Oh, yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
No,
Are you going to ask her?
I was going to ask a question about finances, but you go ahead on your thought. and then
I'm actually going to ask her something different, so go
Okay.
ahead.
And I know this is not a fair question to probably ask you because I should have called you and to prepare you guys for this question, but it kind of just came up right now. And we've talked about this in the past. Our insurance trust, do we know what we've paid at this point for cases for our employees that have been hospitalized or whatever? Do you have any kind of I'm sorry to ask you that now.
I don't have that with me, but I can get it to you. We get a monthly report just on the COVID.
Right, yeah.
And
like
then the
how many
costs associated.
hospitalizations.
Mhm.
I know that
it was-
early on, I think it was one of our consultants said that if an average case could be up to about $250,000, correct? If it was like an average of a hospitalization.
The $250,000, to my recollection, was somebody who would be hospitalized,
Right,
intubated, and therefore an
right.
extremely long time.
Yeah.
I don't think we're not, that is not every single case that we have.
Right.
I mean,
But it still has an impact on our insurance trust.
Absolutely it does, yes.
Mhm. Because we are self-insured.
Correct.
So-
We're self-insured. We did not plan for COVID, so there is an additional cost this year because of COVID-related medical bills.
Which happens whether we're in school or not. We still have cover that if employees get it at school or not. But Ms. Betts, also, what would be the plan during virtual for for staff, for bus drivers, for lunch, for all of our other employees who are critical to our everyday work and who don't have a paycheck coming and can't necessarily work virtually? How are we going to accommodate that, and what would be the plan or the thought?
So right now, in our discussions, we were talking about every staff member, in order to get paid, needs to be working. And so, as an example, you brought up the in-school support. So if drivers don't have work that they need to do related to transportation, they potentially could be deployed to our schools. Also, what we did in the fall is we offered specialized supports for our special education students, and bus drivers were expected to be able to provide transportation, taking those students back and forth from home to school for their appointments. So the biggest issue I see that we normally would not have a potential constraint on our operating budget would be our enterprises. So we talk about our enterprises monthly. So that's our community schools as well as our nutrition services. So depending upon the decisions made, if they are to right size where their expenditures are more tied to their revenues, then the impact on our operating budget would be minimal. If a different decision is made, however, where due to a decision where their people or staff members are paid anyway, regardless of the revenues, then it would have potentially a substantial impact on our operating budget. So we know in nutrition services, as an example, just an example, right now, we know that we're serving about 18,000 meals a day while students are in school, because all students are receiving a free breakfast and a free lunch. When we were providing meals a year ago in April, and we were providing them virtually and in many cases even sending them home with our drivers again, we were serving anywhere between probably 6,000 to 8,000 meals a day. So at that level of revenue, we'd have to right size in order for it to not impact our operating budget.
Was it just till the end of December, or is it for the whole year that the free lunches are going to be done?
It's through the entire
year.
Yeah, through the entire fiscal year.
Even if we were virtual, we could still provide those services for.
We would definitely provide the services, but it does require then the families to come and pick them up then. So it's a little bit different.
So there definitely would be impacts on the other staff members, either where they're working
And
if
it would
they're
depend,
working.
it would depend upon decisions made again.
Yeah.
So if we're in virtual, does that mean that we're not providing other activities through community schools? Are we not allowing renters to continue renting in any of our buildings? Are we limiting our ability to raise revenue? So that would be the other consideration. There's lots of decisions in all of that. So those are, it all depends upon, what we come down to and what our recommendations would be to you as a board.
But the general sense is that employee group about whom Ms. Wood is referring, we would first look for alternate assignment kinds of opportunities for them as we move through the time frame that we're going to be involved in a different modality. Is that correct?
And that's true. The expense of those staff members, though, then would still be borne by our operating funds.
Correct.
So it would just depend again.
Right.
You know.
But by and large.
But if we have a need for them, we could
Yeah.
deploy them in another need. Yes, you are correct.
And that has already been budgeted for to some degree, is that right?
We are, as far as I know, fully staffed with everybody already for all of our paraprofessionals and all of that. So again, it depends.
Okay.
And we do expect that even if we did offer another opportunity for a driver or for a nutrition services person to maybe provide support at schools for our in-person supports, they may not want to do that, and so they potentially would decline. So it would all depend upon what's available.
Okay.
So then would you furlough them, or how would we keep those bus drivers who we're always looking for to be on our staff and not be?
And we would be assigning them, as I said, to schools to provide SDI supports, or we'd assign them. Well, another option, would we consider, if we are in virtual, would we still have preschool, special education preschool? So if we did, we did that at one point this fall. That would provide work for our drivers. But yeah, we would definitely be looking for work for them, training. We've made a decision to provide additional CPI training for all of our transportation drivers and our bus monitors. There are ongoing training requirements for them, so we would work, that's our goal, is to work really hard to make sure that individuals have work to do so that they can continue to be paid.
Yeah.
Other comments, discussion?
That comment just concerns me. We're now looking for work instead of we have
We
work.
have work.
If we don't have the work, we will not be providing the work. That's
Yeah,
correct.
but we don't have anything. I mean, we start school theoretically tomorrow. We're now looking for things for them to do tomorrow because we don't have things. Because high school, they're not driving the routes because we're not starting high school for another week, and then it's all virtual. So if I understand the motion correctly, K through 6, the motion has us going 2 weeks of hybrid and then virtual, so starting tomorrow and then through the end of next week, going 2 weeks hybrid and then converting to virtual through the end of the month. 7 through 12, they don't return to school tomorrow. And then a week from today, they go back to school in a virtual format for the rest of the month.
Now, I believe 7 through 12 would go back this week, tomorrow, and on the 11th is when theirs would begin.
Because as I read through it, I get to grade 7 through 12 will begin virtual instruction on January 11th.
Okay.
Right.
So they're not going back to school tomorrow.
Tomorrow is the 6th.
But it doesn't say anything, it doesn't say anything about, am I missing it? Where does it say that they're going back
No,
hybrid?
you're right. There is no specificity related to their calendar for this week. I neglected to put that in, but it is a given that everybody would do school tomorrow as was prescribed in the motion of the 15th for the first 4 days of the third quarter.
Okay, so that what they do this week is left out of the motion as it's written.
Right.
Just to clarify, so much of this decision is related to the funding. So again, at this point in time, I believe the worst case is that we are short the $16 million plus the $6 million at this point in time. But I believe that to be the worst case scenario. And the legislature hasn't begun yet, so we don't know if the governor will continue the commitment of getting us to 98% of prior year. So if that's the case, we will have the revenues available to make sure that all of those operating expenditures that we planned for would be funded. So again, truly from my view, the issue would be the additional impact associated with our enterprises where their expenses are expected to match, or their expenses are expected to match their revenue. So it does not have an adverse impact on the operating funds of the school district. So just to clarify.
Yeah, but there was an anticipation among school districts statewide that the legislature would act to hold districts harmless as it relates to the funding. Correct?
And it was in the executive order. So the governor's executive order indicated that he committed to funding 98% of last year's weighted student count. Yes.
So it would be reasonable to believe that something is in the offing related to that funding.
And I'm afraid to commit to that.
Correct.
Because of everything that's happened with the enrollment stabilization grant, and there wasn't enough money to meet the need.
Correct.
So I just don't know. I just don't have enough information right now
Mhm.
to be able to confirm that.
So that's for this year.
That's for
There's
this year.
always- We're going to start looking at next year's budget really soon.
Mhm,
And
that's correct.
there will be impacts on next year's budget.
No question, absolutely.
And our decisions absolutely will drive families to make decisions as well. So
Correct.
as long as we are clear on that and know what we're doing. I guess I would prefer to talk about the education and that's what we're supposed to provide. So at some point, I would like to maybe address that a little more, but maybe I'll let you if you had a comment.
I'm really speechless, and that's not very often that I'm accused of being speechless. If I look at this from an educational achievement perspective, I don't think there's any way that we can say we're improving education. And, if I look at this from protecting the long-term care of our teachers and our staff, I don't see any way that this doesn't damage the number of teachers that we employ, how we employ them. It's going to have not only budget impacts this year, and I get people are going to now turn around and say you only care about the money. No, that's not true. The money enables us to take care of our staff. The budget impact this year I don't like the threats any more than anybody else that I'm going to pull my kids and go, but it's going to happen. And so how are we taking care of teachers? I just don't see that we're doing that. I think if we're going to implement this, we need to have an emergency meeting tomorrow with recommendations of where we cut costs. Because we're going to have to cut costs this year, and we're now making a vote without even knowing the implications. I look at this, and frankly, I feel like we're disregarding the health advice that we've received. And I fully understand I fully understand the metrics. I've spent more time looking at those metrics than I know what to do with. I also understand that we adopted, if we look at the history, we adopted that we were going to follow the county metrics before there were county metrics. And people say we walked away from the 3. Well, we said we were going to do that without even knowing there were going to be 3, 5, 10, 20, or 30. We said we wanted to follow that, and the intent there was to follow the professional advice because we aren't professionals. Those metrics came in. they've changed. Not by us, the county changed them. I mean, if at one point it was if any one of the three are red, then you do something, and they had all kinds of repercussions of what you did. Then they changed the repercussions, and they changed and said, no, now we suggest you only do it if all three are red. And we got accused of changing all kinds of things. That was not an action on our part. That was an action by the county and the state. Some think it was political, some don't. Personally, I believe it was based off of additional information. We have a letter from the county health director and Dr. Sonnenschein, who, if you understand who Dr. Sonnenschein is, she is actually a CDC epidemiologist on contract to the county. She's one of the leading epidemiologists in the country. She signed a letter December 2nd to Ms. Frost, to our district, after reviewing our mitigation strategies. And the letter says, in spite of the fact that they know that this is the county health department, they know what those metrics are, the letter concludes the level of community transmission does not always reflect transmission within schools. When strong mitigation controls are in place, and again, they've looked at our strategies, they've looked at our mitigation controls, when strong mitigations are in place, the school community supports these strategies, schools can be a safe haven for both students and staff, even when COVID is spreading outside of school. So that is one of the leading epidemiologists' names on that letter, a CDC employee telling us that we can be a safe haven. We can actually be a place where teachers can go and be safer than they are in the community and at home. I know there's a lot of questions about what mitigation strategies we have. We have spent more time reviewing these, and I get it, not everybody trusts us, but we're doing everything from bringing outside air into the ventilation system so that we're circulating air, we're filtering air, we're cleaning. Yeah, I know that during the day teachers are having to clean it, but that doesn't mean it's not being cleaned. We've got crews that go in and do specialized cleaning. We've taken every mitigation strategy. I can guarantee you those schools are being cleaned more and more deeply than our homes are, with stronger chemicals that sanitize and antivirus levels of so I look at that. Then I look at the last presentation that was just shared with us, which was dated December 17th. So after we're seeing the spread, maybe it's continued to increase, but they knew what the spread was doing. And the guidance we're getting from our county health advisors is, I'm trying to find the page. If a school can continue to operate safely, and we've got strategies in place, MCDPH, Maricopa County Department of Public Health, supports staying in the hybrid learning scenario. So we ought to at least be doing that. Then they continue, or we ought to just simply say we're in essence declaring that our mitigation strategies aren't safe. We're doing one or the other if we're ignoring their advice. They continue, with the recent publications emphasizing the benefits of in-person learning, particularly for elementary schools, and the emerging data indicating that in-person school attendance is not a risk factor for youth testing positive for COVID-19, Maricopa County Department of Health recommends preferentially keeping elementary and middle schools open for in-person learning. So at minimum, if we're taking the advice of our county health department, which I will again emphasize includes one of the leading epidemiologists in this country, we should be looking for ways to at least keep our elementaries and junior highs open. If I can just hit one other issue, this is perhaps unrelated, but I want to hit it because we've heard it several times. Folks, we have done everything we can to keep extracurricular activities going. Believe me, I had kids play sport. I want to be there. I want you there. That is not our decision. Our only alternative, if you want us to keep sports going with people in person, is to pull out of AIA, which means that they'd only be competing in 5 games amongst our own high schools. That is not our decision. I want you there. I think everybody wants you there watching your kids play basketball, but that's out of our control right now. We're going to do everything we can. If you look over the summer, we kept practices going for sports in as safe an environment as we could. We were one of the few districts to do that. We've continued to do that. We are supporting the kids the best we can. We want you to know that. It's not perfect. We have to have some give and take with some things that are out of our control. So please know that we want you there, but it's either follow the AIA and for the time being you're not there, but we let our kids compete and have that activity, or we withdraw and you lose the activity. So recognize we're trying to find balance here. It's not all in our controls. Last board meeting, we had a bunch of people talking about masks. You know, if you have issues with masks, you can take one of two decisions. Either go complain about the executive order and the county, because that's where that's coming from. It's not this board. We will follow the law. That's one of our charters, is to follow the law. So we're going to follow it. And we're going to ask you to please embrace it. I get it. You don't like it. You know what? I still to this day don't like seatbelt laws. I don't like them because they tell me what to do. But I wear my seatbelt and I insist my children wear a seatbelt every single time. Why? Because it's the smart thing to do. We're asking you, give up on that one issue, please, and support us. That's the number one complaint I hear about teachers, especially in the secondary level. The kids don't really wear their masks. We're constantly having to remind them. It's a trade-off. You don't like it. I'm not asking you to like it. Embrace it anyway. Help us keep things going. But in the end, my goal is I want school, going back to the motion, I want school in session. I would suggest that we advise this and follow the counsel that we have from our county health department. Let's find ways to keep elementary in person. That is the direction, in spite of the metrics, that is the direction that the very people who are behind those metrics are giving us as direct advice.
So what I would suggest, Mr. Carr, is that we vote this motion down, and that you propose the motion that you just read out of the Maricopa County Health Manual there from Dr. Sonnenschein related to hybrid and the K-8 model, and what we're going to be doing with the 912. That the motion surround that idea.
I don't know if it's appropriate, Dr. Santa Cruz, before that or after, but I would like to address some of the concerns about the dashboard, including updating it in a way that is more transparent, if can be. I believe we've been trying to be. We've heard a few suggestions from and asks of teachers. So I don't know if I should bring that up now or after.
Let's do that after. Let's
Okay.
vote on this, and I'm encouraging you to vote the motion down, and then we'll wait to hear what is crafted by Mr. Carr.
Okay.
Any additional discussion?
You could actually just remove your motion from the table if you'd like.
I just as soon go ahead and vote it down.
Okay, all right.
Okay. Any other discussion? Okay. And what we're looking at is, generally speaking, the number one motion that's in front of you, okay? So all those in favor of the motion as written, with the understanding, obviously, and no, let me rephrase that. With the motion as presented to you, please signify by saying aye. All those opposed, please signify by nay.
Nay.
Nay. Motion fails. Mr. Carr?
I would like to move, and I'm winging this, so please.
We'll craft with you.
I would like to make a motion that grades K through 8 return to school in a hybrid fashion for the next 2 weeks. I'd like to make a motion that K through 8 return in a hybrid fashion, and that we revisit that decision at the earlier date of January 29th, or when we know that teachers are able to receive the vaccine.
So you're proposing 4 weeks of hybrid learning for K through 8?
Well, look, I mean, my own personal preference is I'd like to go back in person.
I know.
So I'm
And
trying to,
I appreciate the way that you're really compromising.
I'm trying to find something that incorporates this. I think the motion here, so the answer to your question is that motion, yes, it would consider
Okay,
4
good.
weeks.
I
It
just
follows
wanna-
the essence of this, only it keeps them in hybrid the whole time.
And the understanding is obviously, excuse me, I'm speaking
Please.
out of turn. We'll wait until that motion is seconded, and then we can have discussion.
What about the secondary? Are you going to,
Well, I think we make a second
Okay.
motion and talk about secondary separate.
I'll second that motion, Mr. Carr.
So, you know, again, my goal is to get us back as soon as possible. It's my understanding that teachers should start receiving vaccines in approximately a week to 2 weeks.
And it will take
And-
6 weeks once, they have to have 2 shots and then
Well,
2 more weeks. so
my
it could take
understanding
a while.
from Pfizer is that while it does take 2 vaccines to be the 95% effective, that within 10 days, you are 80+% effective. So
Okay,
I
I didn't realize it was quite that high, so thank you.
I was looking at that slide earlier today. I can verify that and share that, but.
Because I thought it was only about 50% effective, which is much better than 0, but that's good to know. Thank you.
But, if we could do that, if we can get our teachers on that vaccine list, then, we can get them back in person full-time with the effect of that vaccine. That's my goal. I'm trying to find ways to get us in school.
Mr. Carr, that's been moved and seconded, so the discussion and the comment that I was going to make is that the motion as you have presented it presumes obviously that all of the Department of Health metrics and all of the necessary data is included as we evaluate through the 29th, is that right?
I would go back, I guess I would go back to what we discussed last week, and I know there are people who are concerned about the 1%, 1.5%. In my mind, thank you for that clarification. In my mind, I'm going back to that per school metric. I know that there's concern. I would highlight that there are other states who have adopted that on a statewide basis. So this is not a unique thing, and they did that at the recommendation of their health departments, statewide health departments. In fact, it's, at least our neighboring state, it's even more lenient, because if it's under 1,500 students, then it's 15 cases. So if you take that to an elementary that only has 400 or 500 cases, you could be almost 4% of the students. So, I would go back to looking at schools individually, but we're already in hybrid instead of full-time, which is what we were looking at before.
I don't have an issue with including that, our own individual calculation, coupled with everything else around us, simply because we're not isolated. We're not an island. We are subject to what is going on around us, whether we like it or not.
I was going to maybe suggest that we add some language that should the metrics become better than we expect, that we can revisit the issue. I think that the positivity rate and the COVID-like illness, I think we're set on a path for the next 2 weeks. We already know it's going to get worse. It could get somewhat better, but maybe not before the 29th. So it's kind of hard to know.
I think we're doing this backwards, in all due respect. I think that we should be virtual for 2 weeks and then look at going back even maybe full-time at the end of the 2 weeks. And I certainly am not a scientist, and I think that we, all of the information that we can get information from anybody that will say anything that we want them to say, but today I had an opportunity I went with my husband to his cardiologist, and I've had to take him to a lot of doctor's appointments over the last 2 months. And the only one I get to go in with is the cardiologist, because the rest of them I have to sit in the parking lot and talk to the doctor on the phone because they don't let me in. I don't know if it's me or just in general, but at any rate, after we got finished with his appointment, he asked if we had any questions, and I asked him about this whole situation. And I explained that we were having a board meeting tonight, and I just said, what is your opinion? And he said that he works at Chandler Regional and at Mercy on the weekends. He's on call as a heart specialist, and he said that the toll that it's taking on the healthcare workers is beyond anything that we can imagine. And he said, I said to, we had probably a 15-minute conversation, and I'm not going to go through all of it. And I said to him, if you were going to make this decision, what would your decision be? And he said, no school right now. So that's just, what I heard today.
I think I would have a question for Ms. Frost. I was wondering what the dashboard looked like towards the end. We went into hybrid those last 2 weeks, but what was the dashboard when we were all in person? I mean, just to kind of gauge where we were. It seems like for elementary and junior high, we didn't show that many cases on our dashboard. If you could pull it up and look at it, just to kind of give us some guidance on.
When you pull it up, Ms. Frost, just go ahead and come to the mic.
Yes, that would be fine. We'll continue our discussion.
Additional discussion regarding Mr. Carr's motion on K8.
I know that is in part of those recommendations from a county. I do have concern of looking at it differently between, I guess we already have with our numbers though, with our these numbers, the 1%, 1.5%, 2%. I'm just trying to figure out how is that the best thing for our students, first of all, but also for our staff to have different staff have different requirements. And are we introducing one more thing that now we again, and I know I appreciate our staff, our teachers, I appreciate our families and students. We have tried in every way this past year, we have tried everything, I think more than other districts, to find ways to have students in school and keep our staff and teachers healthy. So I know this would be introducing yet one more iteration of what we've tried. So I just am a little leery of that, but I don't know what the better alternative is. So.
There, at least my recollection, Ms. Wood, is that when we developed and devised the 1%, 1.5%, and 2% high school through junior high and elementary respectively, there seemed to be some general acceptance of that as a process, at least as I was listening to folks speak to us at various junctures.
Okay.
The other piece that continues to be a concern and consideration is our own dashboard. Those two items are not related necessarily, but our own dashboard, and whether the self-reporting mechanism is really a viable mechanism giving us strong, conclusive, and honest data. That seems to be the concern with that. There is at least a passing concern, if not a solid concern, related to the protocols of individuals, whether those are mostly high school students, but students on campuses and or other adults visiting campuses and the use of face coverings and appropriate kinds of behaviors related to health and safety issues.
Yeah.
So, those are just
Why
thoughts.
you think? Okay.
Ms. Frost?
So December 1st, our total for the district was 34 active cases. December 9th, our total was 71 active cases for the district. And then December 16th was 66 active cases for the district. And if I may, I just wanted to address some of the questions about the dashboard because I do get those as well. And I hope that people understand that there's absolutely no intent to make things look better than they are. And that the method of reporting actually, even though it's based on the fact that the family or the staff member would report to us, County Department of Health knows about those cases as well. So should a staff member or family member decide they don't want to report to us, we will find out about the case eventually. So people do need to be transparent about it, and we have not had an issue with that. I get emails somewhat frequently stating that people know that there are more cases than we know about. And I think the misnomer is that when you see students out of school because they maybe have a different illness or maybe they're quarantined, the assumption is they're positive. And so then that's a dangerous road to go down because then you do think that there's all these positive cases. Rumors fly rampantly. The other one is that the 48 hours. So a person has to be on campus within 48 hours of their symptoms starting or with a positive test. And that's not something that we came up with arbitrarily. That's actually an epidemiology guideline because we know that somebody that is either symptomatic or has a positive test likely was infectious on campus in that 48 hours. So we are following the guidelines that we've been given. That's not something that we made up. It's not been a directive of Department of Health for us to move farther than that 48 hours. So if it's been 4 days since somebody's been on campus before their symptoms start, our direction has never been that we would consider that an exposure on campus. That's why we did not include those in the dashboard.
Appreciate those answers.
Yeah,
Thank
but
you.
we
I know we're
could
trying
include those in the dashboard.
We absolutely could.
They don't
because-
affect. They haven't affected who was exposed at school, but they maybe become part of the community, the number in a community who has it.
We could definitely include that. The only question that I continue to have is if we include that number, and I have to let you know, it's not a huge number. If we include that number, are we going to use that number towards the percentage of the campus to make that decision if we're going to hybrid? And why would we? Whenever I get posed those questions, my question back is what is the thought process behind that? What is the goal for that question? Just same as I've been asked several times now, can we publish the numbers daily? Monday would be a very difficult day to publish because we wouldn't get those numbers until the end of the day, and Monday is a very busy day because everybody's coming from the weekend. Can I physically, mentally publish them daily? Yes. But what is our goal? What is that? To what end? What are we, or would we look at the numbers daily and then make a daily decision based on that? I don't think that would be something that would really be feasible. So could we report them daily? Yes. But they do fall off after 10 days. So those numbers would go up and down very much each day.
My quick response and or reaction would be the goal of that would simply to allow our public and our staff to have that running count.
Right.
With the caveat that after 10 days, these numbers drop off.
Mm-hmm.
So that they believe, in all honesty, that they're receiving earnest data in a timely way.
And I understand that, and I do agree to a point. My problem is I think that no matter what numbers you put on there and how frequently, there are still people that don't believe that it's actual
Correct.
numbers. So whether it would be soothing to people to see the number daily or if it would cause them more anxiety, I can't say.
That's hard to know.
Dr. Sanish, if I can just, we are all, and I'm looking at myself, we are all guilty of confirmation bias. And so when we see a report that doesn't validate what our perspective is, we automatically discount it. It doesn't mean it's wrong. It means we discount it, you know, and we all do that to varying degrees. And I have questioned Ms. Frost multiple times on this dashboard. We've done it in board meeting. I know several of the rest of you, well, I don't know, I assume several of the rest of you have probably done the same in separate conversations with her. And I remain confident that the data that she has is every bit as accurate as the county dashboard is, because the county dashboard has lag time too. Yes, there may be a case or two that are left off of there that we don't find out until a week later when we find out from the county. So it may never appear on the live data, but we do find out about it and we know where the inaccuracies are. So I recognize that not everybody believes in that dashboard, but I have a great deal of confidence that it's as accurate as anything that we get out there. In spite of sometimes I look at it and say those numbers don't look right. When I've questioned it, there's reasonable explanations for it.
Dr. Santa Cruz?
Dr. McCord, go ahead.
I think it's also important to point out that at the beginning of the establishment of this dashboard is that we all knew that when it was reported on a Wednesday morning that was a moment in time. And so I think if we go to update this on a daily basis, I would recommend a Tuesday through Friday, just for the mere fact that a Monday, like Ms. Frost said, is a very hectic day for all the nurses on our campuses. They've done a tremendous job reporting everything that is reported to them, and Jen is very, very good about making sure our running spreadsheet is updated on a daily basis and tabulating all the numbers for Wednesday morning. So we can do Tuesday through Friday. I think that would be more feasible than anything, but I would not do Monday just because I think it would be a bit of a waste of our folks' time because the numbers wouldn't be accurate, and again, they'd come into question.
I agree with you. I don't have an issue with that, and I don't have personally an issue with reporting twice in that week as opposed to every day, or 3 times in that week as opposed to every day. But if every day from Tuesday to Friday is feasible and not absolutely onerous on staff, and we can do that, no issue with that. But I'm not personally or professionally married to every day, Thursday through or Tuesday through Friday. Multiple times that week, perhaps, but
May I make a suggestion? Maybe just try it for a couple weeks, and then maybe you could report to us at the next board meeting or at policy meeting. Just, it's up to the board. I would say if you did it every day for 2 weeks, and then let us know whether that's too much of a burden for the nurses and for yourself. That's kind of what I was thinking.
Ms. Frost, is your mic on?
I don't think so. Oh, there we go. Is Mr. Carr, you had mentioned, the 1 or 2 cases that we've had that were not reported that county sent to us, and that's literally it. So more than likely what happens is that somebody tests, but then doesn't get their results back for 7 to 8 days for whatever reason, because it's been so busy. We've had so many cases. And so that positive can't show up until it's actually fallen off the board already. So that's really more than likely what happens. We've literally had 2 cases that were not reported to us that county called us and let us know about. So it's really, I just want to make sure that our community understands that there are not people running around with COVID that it's a secret, at least in the school district. I've made a lot of connections with the county investigators. They know who to call. They know exactly who to email. So when they get a case, if they thought that it was for our school district, they would let us know.
And then I guess follow up just on the 48-hour thing that keeps coming up as well. Is that, should we ask that that's reported on the dashboard? so that there's no discrepancies when we're doing this. Again, the reason it's not reported is because, according to epidemiologists that you've been instructed by, it is not, those people have not exposed people on the campus, and they're now quarantining.
Correct.
So, but that worries some of
That
our
language
teachers
is
and
on the
staff.
website. I believe it is explained on the website.
Right, but I keep hearing from teachers that there's that 48-hour thing. So I think that they think there's many more cases than are being reported.
Well, and I think the problem is they think that, there's 500 cases that just weren't reported in time. I had a teacher email me the other day and say that she read somewhere that somebody is contagious for 14 days before they have symptoms, and that's not clinically appropriate from everything that I've read from reputable sites. So I have to only go by what I know. The CDC, American Journal of Medicine, I have to go by those sites. I can't use directives from other areas that are not scientific. And if CDC and the epidemiologists at Maricopa say 48 hours is what we are using, then that's what I feel is more appropriate to use. I don't know that it would solve anybody's problems if we reported cases that were not infectious on campus.
Hate to say that.
We have the Gilbert data. There's a Gilbert dashboard for our city or town. There's also our Maricopa dashboard that has our cases within the school district. So, I can do it. I just
Don't know if that actually reflects a data point that would
right.
guide us in our decision making. Maybe we
Correct.
make a separate column. So I was thinking about it. Basically, someone would have to, if it was a normal school week, someone would have to find their symptoms basically Monday morning and not go to school Monday at all and get a positive test and not have been at school Saturday or Sunday
Right.
for that too. But if again, in the effort to be clear, could we put a separate column with positive cases that have not been on campus or not?
To be quite
You don't think
clear, we could. I just don't think that's the best use of my time.
that? Okay.
Also,
But-
it might start to go into FERPA violation just because
Oh, that's
you
true.
get more specific with a small group of people, and then it's more easy to kind
Okay.
of
I just do want
adjust.
I want to make this as trustworthy as possible
Right,
and
I
as
understand. And
open.
again, I could do it. I go back to what's the reporting do? Or is that a data point that we would use to make a decision?
Okay.
So Christmas break.
Well, Christmas break, so that's similar to why I think the December, that first number that you read was lower, I think because of Thanksgiving break. Is that a true thought?
It was lower because of Thanksgiving break?
Because then there maybe weren't as many reported. That's what I think people have said.
Well, if they were, it could be. But if they were infectious again on campus, then we would report them.
Right.
So I did get over the very beginning of Christmas break. So I think our last day was the 18th.
Mhm.
So up until Monday, I was getting reports of teachers or students that were positive. As of Friday, they got their positive test. Saturday, they got their positive. So
Yeah.
those went against their school's numbers. Now,
Yeah.
because we didn't publish over the break, there will never be an active case, but it is a recovered case on that campus.
Okay.
So,
Okay, good. So you're still keeping track of all of that as recovered cases.
Absolutely.
And so does that 48 hours doesn't ever figure into the active cases though? The recovered cases, I mean.
the
Well, they have to
requirement.
be active in order to be recovered.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Any other discussion on Mr. Carr's main motion? I've had a request for a brief recess after this vote. And Mr. Carr, just so that we all have an understanding of what it is you're stating, can you repeat that?
Yeah, I'm going to try and get as close to what I said, what seems like an hour ago, but K through 8 will return in a hybrid fashion through the earlier of January 29th, or when teachers have the vaccine made available to them. So as soon as they have that
Whichever
vaccine.
is earliest, I guess is what you're
And
saying.
Dr. Santa Cruz wanted metrics in there as well.
That's
Well,
right.
I
And-
said if we, but I think if the metrics were to change, we could just revisit it. I don't expect a huge change between now and January 29th because we're going to see an upward trajectory and then it's got to come back down. And that's really hard to predict. So I don't think we need it. I take my words back.
So do we need to write, and we would leave in place the metrics of
Well,
1.5% and 2% at the junior high and elementary
yes,
respectively?
we would leave that in place.
Because we're already in hybrid though, so would you?
That was my question. I mean, so are we saying that we would go to virtual if we exceed that, since we're already in hybrid? Is that,
Well, in the previous motion that I wrote, it was that we would go to hybrid for 2 weeks, and if the cases continued to go up, the original motion said we would go to virtual. So I honestly don't think we need that, because if we're in hybrid, we're social distancing. We've made those mitigation strategies stronger just on that alone, that there aren't as many people on campus and we can spread out a little bit more. So,
so,
It's, in my opinion, it should be a given that all of the metrics govern and drive our decisions regarding motions that we make, whether those are state, county, local metrics, or our dashboard and gatekeeping metrics, as it were, the 1%, 1.5, 2%. All of those should be a given as we work through that, because when we talk about it in a board meeting, we constantly come back to some metric of some sort.
I guess my question, I'm trying to think, so we're kind of, based on the county guidance that was given to us at the elementary and junior high level.
Correct.
Specifically, we are recognizing that we're not directly following the published county metrics because we have in place mitigation strategies that the county has told us are appropriate. So
But
to
we
me,
are following county guidance.
yes, we are absolutely following county guidance
Okay.
that's outside of those metrics.
You know, one could expand the utility of the term guidance to mean whatever verbiage is written in a manual or a letter, or the metrics that are provided by that agency as well.
Well, and I'm not sure that we're going to have separate metrics that apply. To me, it's a matter of, where they're saying that we can have it even when there's community spread, the metrics they're publishing is looking at the community spread. So this is, if we have the mitigation strategies, they recommend we stay at least in a hybrid fashion, even when those metrics are red. But in fairness to your concern, I know I would rather, again, I'm going to be very clear to the public, I would rather be in person and more and use metrics to go to hybrid, but we're trying to find compromise here. With that in mind, if we're going to measure something, we ought to measure the spread in our schools. So I would go back to this school-specific metric that we were just discussing, because now we're not looking at community spread, we're looking at the spread in the school. If we need to take additional action, it would be based on what we're seeing at the schools.
I understand what you're saying.
So I would either leave us in hybrid as communicated, or if we feel like we need to have a metric, we make it the school-specific metrics and amend the motion to include those school-specific metrics. Otherwise, we wouldn't have a measure, but we can always, as we have done, come back and revisit the decision and change the model. But I'd rather have a plan and at least the community knows so what we're intending to do. So I would, again, I'll leave my motion. If people feel like we need to amend it to include a metric, I would go back to the school-specific metrics that we have in place.
Any additional discussion?
I guess, again, is this a way that we are able to address the need for students to be educated and get the in-person experience that we know they need? And yet understand the need for the mitigation of cohorting and extra social distancing, I guess, that it comes. I agree. I would prefer to be in person school sooner myself. I don't know.
I don't think any of us are in disagreement
I
with
know.
that as a goal. I don't think any of us are in disagreement there.
Can I interrupt, Dr. Santa Cruz? Can I go back to your question? I think I was looking at your question from the opposite perspective of what happens if it gets worse. All of a sudden, it's clicking in my mind. You were asking the question, perhaps, if we see improvement, do we return? Is it, okay. I think that's where the disconnect was, why I was confused. I was reading into your question the opposite perspective. So I would agree with you. If we see improvement in the community, we ought to be going back sooner than later. So if that's what you're suggesting, then yes, I agree with that.
Well, it's a double-edged sword. It works both ways. You know, if we see an absolute explosion in the community with the possibility, as was presented tonight by multitudes of folks, that could contaminate our own environments. Hasn't yet. That doesn't mean it won't.
I think we have a much better chance of getting back to the in-person learning by going virtual for a couple of weeks and looking and following the metrics. That's my opinion.
Well, frankly, I think this is a big compromise on the part of some board members. I mean, it's way more than, oh, sorry. I think, I know this isn't all that you want, Ms. Ujetti. I realize that. But I do think that it is a huge compromise if Mr. Carr votes for his own motion. I will say that. So I think it is a huge compromise, and I think that it gives our K-8 kids that in-class time, and yet classes are smaller. I know that they can be more socially distanced. I think we need to be careful about mitigation strategies, recess, places like that. But I think that this is quite a compromise, and I'm willing to accept it and vote for it. So,
My comment related to Ms. Ujetti's concern is, and that is going virtual immediately, is the strain it puts on the classroom folks and the staff to get devices appropriately allocated and accounted for and moving in a direction that would allow them to provide some form of instruction. They need time to get those ready. And that comment is just response to Ms. Ujetti's concern, not necessarily to the motion.
And I understand all of that. I mean, and I'm respectful of what everybody is saying.
Are you ready to vote on the motion that is presented by Mr. Carr, using the guidance from the Arizona Department of Health and the verbiage that he extrapolated from Miss or Dr. Sonnenshine's memorandum, I guess? those in favor of the motion, and we're looking at K8 in the motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay?
Nay.
Nay. Motion passes 3-2.
4-1. 4-1.
4-1.
I'd like to have
Oh.
somebody else with me, but that's okay.
I voted nay.
Oh, you voted nay.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't hear you that.
It's 3-2.
Oh, sorry.
I'm sorry.
It's 3-2. But it passes. So we'll take a 5-minute recess and come back and pick up the 7-12 or the 9-12 issue. 5 minutes.
GCA is going to have to figure its own way out. I'm sorry. I guess I want to ask why you voted no.
Okay, we'll reconvene. We have a motion passed 3-2 regarding our K8 configuration. Our next mission is to address the 912 issue related to return to school. And we are ready to entertain a motion.
Well, I move that we do the same thing, I guess, for 912, at least to discuss that we just passed for K8.
Okay, so is there a second?
I will second it for discussion.
Okay. And my understanding, Ms. Wood, is that the configuration of language in the motion would encompass K-12.
I guess yes, at this point.
Is that what you're indicating?
Yes.
That the previous motion with the addition of K or 912?
Yes.
Additional discussion?
I guess the one question I would have, and maybe we can call on a high school teacher that's here, is I know they were doing hybrid for 2 weeks before the break. Is doing hybrid, considering that we are aware of high school kids doing things over the break that maybe it would have been wiser not to do? If going hybrid would be, if they would feel sufficiently that they can distance from students or have fewer students in their room so that that's more comfortable. And I know there's at least 2 high school teachers here in the audience. Do either of you want to address that? Lisa, do you want to say whether that, you feel like that would be something hybrid, going hybrid for 4 weeks, would that be enough to make you feel comfortable? For 4 weeks.
I mean, I can speak for everybody.
Yes.
But personally.
Lisa, I'm sorry, can we get you to go to a
Oh,
microphone?
podium, yeah.
Can you also tell us which high school you
Yeah.
teach at?
Ms. Taylor, pardon me, this is a board meeting.
I can only speak for myself.
Correct.
When I say that it's better than, I mean, it's better than nothing. I felt much safer in hybrid than I did in full-time instruction. But my sister, who is a healthcare professional, points out to me that I'm still, you know, there's no difference in the amount of exposure, but it does provide for social distancing, and that's, you know, that's something to be grateful for.
Okay.
Reduced numbers and social
Yes.
distancing.
Yes.
And Lisa, you're at what school?
Highland High School.
Thank you. Ms. Taylor, do you have a comment on the 712 or the 912 format? Marcy? No?
Not really.
Okay, all right, all right,
I think everybody here said quite.
okay, all right.
Yeah.
All right, any additional discussion?
I guess I mean, that is one alternative. Does anyone have a different alternative that they want to maybe put before to discuss? I mean, I'd really like to see consensus, and I know Ms. Ujetti, you're really struggling with this, and I'm sorry. So if no one else has another motion, I guess we go ahead and vote.
Okay. My,
if I can step back and just comment before we vote, my concern with the hybrid, and I think this has been alluded to, but I just want to say it, my concern with the hybrid as well as the virtual is the more people that I talk to in the community and the more that I actually observe, when we have kids going to school only on Monday and Thursday, or Tuesday, Friday, but we'll just use one example. What that means is that Monday night, Tuesday night, and Thursday night are not school nights. And parents struggle to tell their kids, oh, you should go to bed at 9 or 10 o'clock at night, because it's not a school night. So when we have the kids in school less, it's my sincere belief, and I respect that others disagree, it's my sincere belief that we actually contribute to kids being out more, socializing more. It may not be our intention, but that's what happens. And so I greatly fear that as we go this model, we're actually doing the exact opposite of what we intend to, and we're increasing the likelihood of spread, not decreasing it. So I just throw that out there. That is not an advocate. I'm not advocating that behavior is appropriate. I'm just simply saying that's the unintended consequence of some of these decisions. And I think we actually put our community at greater risk. But again, respectfully, I know that others disagree.
I think, are you a high school teacher?
Yes.
yes,
Please
go right ahead.
comment. We're trying to feel our way through this.
Global, but I have my friends on the text message, and I asked her the same question that you posed to the room, and she said that she would feel safest in virtual for 2 weeks, and then after hybrid would make her feel far more comfortable, and then, of course, pending a vaccine, that would help.
So she would feel more comfortable if we went virtual for 2 weeks than
Yes.
hybrid for 2 weeks.
Especially
and then-
considering the massive party that was
Yeah,
held.
yeah.
She has a lot of concerns about pre-symptomatic exposure.
Yeah.
I'm concerned about students. Also how that works into that as well. So I'm concerned about our high school students. And I know, again, we're trying to balance meeting educational needs, which I don't know that even hybrid, I know it's not adequate. It doesn't meet educational needs. And I know it's a lot of work for teachers to do it. It's a lot of work for parents at home, and then it's a lot of downtime for kids in the off too. So I don't know what I don't know. I would still be concerned with virtual for 2 weeks and then hybrid for 2 weeks. I don't know. But I guess we need to
I think,
explore it.
again, my assessment of the discussion is that everyone has an interest in trying to address those needs, those educational, social, emotional, psychological needs of the young people who are under our charge, along with their health and safety and the health and safety of the folks who are providing the service, the staff and the faculty, and trying to organize around those two principles. The comment that Ms. Uggetti made is consistent with our teacher from Global Academy, and that is she would be comfortable with the 2 weeks of virtual and then to hybrid and assess at that time. And that's not the motion, but I think I'm interpreted what Ms. Uggetti's thoughts are. I think that would be my sentiment as well, except with the concern that I've already articulated, and that is, getting the devices allocated for all of our students, particularly our K-6 students, in an appropriate and orderly and organized manner, and try to mitigate that downtime, even though none of what it is that we proposed is an optimal educational format. We know that kids are involved in some cases less than, but at least minimal learning. And I'm not happy with that, but I don't know how to address it. So, having said that, is there additional discussion? The discussion is that the language for the first vote on K-8 also encompass the 9-12 format with what is ostensibly the 4 weeks of hybrid instruction. Is that everyone's understanding of the motion?
It is.
Okay. With that, then we will vote. All those in favor of the motion as you understand it, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
I'm sorry. I am really torn on this. I would like to know if someone has a different idea, because I think hybrid for 4 weeks is a lot for our teachers and our students. I think 2 weeks virtual and 2 weeks hybrid is also a lot, because that's a difficult challenge, and I don't really see the metrics getting better in those 4 weeks. So I guess if someone has a different idea, please put it forward before I vote, because either we pass or we fail, so.
The vote count is, I have heard it was a 3-2, and it failed.
Right now, it's a 2-2, because I haven't voted.
You haven't voted,
I
okay.
have not voted, I'm sorry to say. But again, I'm looking for if someone has a different motion, and they would say so, or put forward a different idea, but at this point, I guess I'm aye, because I'm not hearing somebody come up with something else.
I think the splitting there is exactly as you've communicated. That's either 2 weeks of virtual and 2 weeks of hybrid, or the 4 weeks of hybrid, because obviously we have not entertained just going full bore with in-person at this point.
Well, since it hasn't passed at this point, I mean, I would certainly entertain that, but I don't have the feeling that would pass, so
I don't think so.
I think you'd be correct.
I did vote, so it did pass.
Okay.
But
So we are in the configuration of 4 weeks of hybrid for our schools K through 12 for 4 weeks to January 29th.
Dr. Santa Cruz, may I ask a question of perhaps Ms. Taylor or Dr. McCord, if he's still
With us?
coherent with us, given his condition? Is there the possibility at the high school level of letting those students who are attending from home still join the classroom via Zoom or some broadcast, or some way to engage them in actual schooling instead of just, having the 3 days on your own and the 2 days in class? I know teachers are doing the best, but if we had that ability, it seems like it would at least enhance or further education.
Mr. Castellanos, you want to tackle that question? Dr. McCord, I'm not ignoring you. If you have something you'd like to weigh in on, please do so.
I'll go ahead and address the technology side of it.
Okay, so our classrooms aren't set up to do that. The best a teacher could do would be to initiate a WebEx with the students and basically have their laptop open next to them so that when they're speaking, then the students at home could hear. But that teacher couldn't stray too far away from the laptop unless they had like a wireless, mic or earbuds, right? So that they had the microphone still. So our classrooms just aren't set up similar to like what this boardroom is. So could it be done? Yes. The user experience for the students, if the teacher stayed right by their laptop, then they could hear them. But, that experience that's up for debate on whether that is good or not, right? So.
Dr. Santa Cruz?
Yes, go ahead.
May I also say that when we are looking at hybrid for the spring semester, we would be having students come alternating days, so every other day they would either be in the classroom or not. So it would not follow the same model that we had done previously where it was a Monday, Thursday, Tuesday, Friday. We were looking at every school day, the group would come, so half the kids would come the first like day A, and the next group would come day B, day A, day B, and that would continue that way. So there would not be as big of a gap other than just a one day in between. They're in person during that hybrid time.
So if I interpret that, let's skip this week because we only have 4 days this week. So let's say I this week or starting next week, I might go Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and then I would go Tuesday, Thursday, then Monday, Wednesday, Friday. That's a pretty major change that, I would support it because it puts kids in the classroom more, but that's a pretty major change that I don't think we've considered in this discussion.
So are you talking about, that would start when? Would that start here in January, or would it start?
It would. This week, because it's a 4-day week, obviously this week we would continue as we have already stated, and then we would begin next Monday with Monday, Wednesday, Friday, or that group go Tuesday, Thursday. And then if there is a holiday, just as there is in January, then whoever did not have class on that Friday, when they came back holiday Monday, Tuesday, they would have class. So it would be every other day.
Okay, so you're splitting the alphabet on a rotation, Monday, Wednesday, Friday for A through L, 1 week, just for example, and then M through Z, Tuesday, Thursday that week. The following week, it would be A through L, Monday, Wednesday, Friday. And am I
Yes,
following you just okay?
Yes, on a regular week, unless we
Okay.
had a day off somewhere in there, but
All
yes.
right. And that format would be difficult to institute in your lower grades, is that right?
We were talking about that K-12, we would do
We
that
do
as a
that
hybrid.
K-12?
Yes.
So that is a morphing of the hybrid process as we know it.
Correct.
And the benefit that, if I take a 2-week schedule, right now they're attending in person 4 out of 10 days. So that at least gets them to a 5th day. It's not, that almost sounds sad that I'm excited to go to 50% of the time, but
I would say also, I'm not aware of another district that has a hybrid schedule. So their choices are limited to either virtual or in person. That was the discussion. I've been having discussions with a board member in Chandler, and that was kind of the discussion, that they either went to virtual or they went in person because they don't have a hybrid option.
Correct, we are one of the very few that has a hybrid option for our K-12.
Although the school district I grew up in Utah has that hybrid option. They're doing the same thing.
And so
Utah's been doing that since I was in high school there, but the difference is it's not hybrid. You do it, 1 week you went.
Sorry, I went every day when I was in high school in Utah, Reed.
Okay.
So that would be communicated, Dr. Newman, to K-12 faculty and staff beginning this week in preparation for next week?
Yes, so our plan would be that our parents and staff would be notified about the decision, of course, tonight, And then with the information specifically, as soon as tonight or tomorrow, the communication would be that what the hybrid schedule looks like this week. And then we would follow up later in the week with what the hybrid schedule would look like the following week. So not to confuse the two, because we've already stated this week due to the holiday.
Right. My only request would be that that is thoroughly communicated to our students, our parents, our faculty and staff, and that they understand that this is a modification of the hybrid we have all been assuming over the past few times we've initiated that. So if that occurs, that's an important feature. All right. Any additional commentary, questions, concerns relative to this portion of the agenda? If not, we'll move to item 9.02.
Dr. Santa Cruz, if I may, I just wanted to say, I felt there were a lot of good comments made tonight, and I think the most important comment was that we all want the same thing for our kids, and we need to find a way to unite and work through this difficult pandemic. And it's not what any of us wants, but I think we're all trying and to do what is best. And we may disagree about what that looks like, but I think we're all trying. So I did appreciate everyone that came and spoke.
Robin, you've been waiting patiently to.
Global Academy students who are doing like half hybrid, half in person, if we do that AB schedule, like some hybrid like learners are that's going to interfere with their classes. Like, for example, I have my AP biology class on like when we were in hybrid. I mean, I do my calculus class online, and when we were in hybrid, it kind of interfered with it.
Good point.
I'm going to ask you to have that conversation with Dr. Newman and share those concerns with her so that she can work with you and students like you with that kind of schedule to see what we can do for you.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay.
Right now? Yeah. Or
No.
just anytime? Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. Moving to item 9.02 is discussion and possible action regarding the expiration of FFCRA, emergency paid sick leave. It's taken us a long time to get to this point, so is there a motion so that we can discuss that? Or before, let me defer to Dr. McCord. Is there something you want to say there, or should I defer to Mr. McIntosh?
I'd just introduce it real quick, and then Mr. McIntosh can pick it up.
Thank you, Dr. McCord.
FFCRA expired on December 31st of this year, and that was basically paid time off for folks that had contracted COVID or COVID-related illnesses. And as that expired, the question came up, what do we do for staff moving forward? And there hasn't been anything put in place by the federal government to reauthorize that as of yet. And so as it stands today, those that have COVID or have to quarantine would essentially have to use their sick leave during that time. So, Mr. McIntosh, you want to fill in the gaps?
Good evening. I don't think there are many gaps. He said it quite well.
Thank you. The upshot is, Ms. Uggetti, go ahead.
I just think the important part of this is that our staff needs to know that it was not us, that this was the 10 days that was given by their first CARES Act, and then it was not done again.
Correct. In April, the
Right.
federal government, passed the original FFCRA, which expired, as Dr. McCord indicated, December 31st. There has been an expansion of that, and there's some confusion out there because when they just voted in late December to extend portions of the FFCRA, it did not include the paid portion for employees to utilize these 80 hours as they were in the first semester. So there is a piece of it that says that until March, some employers can do that if they use their payroll tax credits. We're a school entity, so we don't have the payroll tax credits, therefore we cannot qualify for that. Therefore, there is no more extension of that original paid sick leave act portion of it.
When you and I talked, though, you said there is a possibility that Congress could come back and reinstate that, but you don't have any guarantee of
I have no guarantee of that. It's my understanding and talking and reading everything through SHRM and the HR professionals across the country that the new administration may come back and look at this piece of it during this time of pandemic, but there's been no for sure.
And I think the other important piece, too, is that this was an additional 2 weeks, basically, that didn't come off the sick leave. And I think when you and I talked about this earlier, and I don't even know if this is a possibility, and I know we don't have a motion, and there might not even be any point in having a motion, but I was wondering if we could possibly do something with our sick leave bank.
Okay, I'll be happy to give you the stats so far,
Okay.
what we have, because I don't know that would be.
It might not
a good
even be
idea.
worth having a motion for.
In the first semester, certified staff used 1,433 days in this Relief Act, and our classified staff utilized 30,088 hours. Currently, in our medical leave bank, on the certified side, we only have 480 days, and we only have 1,000 hours. So it would be depleted rather quickly if we tried to utilize that. And remembering that in order to be a medical leave bank member, you had to donate a day. So in my opinion, I don't know that that would be the best interest of the medical leave bank, because everybody who donated a day would then may not have the option to utilize it in the future.
I think the most important thing is that everybody understands that this was not something that we did.
Correct. It just expired. That is absolutely correct.
And I think we need to explain to people why we can't just give them sick days, why we can't just say, okay, take 10 sick days. I mean, the gift of public funds clause.
Right. If we were to start giving away sick days that were not accrued or not accrued through the agreed upon, like memorandum of understanding and what we bargained for, it would be a gift of public funds, in my opinion, and talking to the attorney and the auditors, that's also what they stated.
And that's just a big no-no.
Yep.
We'd get a big red mark on us.
Right.
So thank you.
The upshot of all of that is that our COVID-related sick leave money expired December 31st, 2020, and it has not been reauthorized. It was specifically earmarked for COVID-related illnesses. If we have a faculty or staff member who should contract COVID-related illnesses, they would be obligated to utilize their own sick leave. If they have expired their own sick leave or utilized all of their sick leave, we would have to look at other alternatives for them, or they would be reimbursing the district. Is that correct?
That is correct. They'd be, if all of their sick time was depleted prior to them contracting COVID-19, at this time they would be paid off those days, unless they were a member of the sick leave bank. Previously, they could request some time from that.
And as long as there is time and days, if there's time and a day or two available in that bank.
Correct, Dr. Santa Cruz.
Yes.
How many days did you say were used by the Act first semester by certified staff?
1,433.65 days.
It was for both groups.
That was just the certified, and then on the classified, it's 30,088 hours, which it's hard to tell how many days that is, because support staff, you have part-time employees and you have full-time employees. That would equate, though, if you'd use an 8-hour day, it'd equate to 3,761 days on the support staff side.
So we're close to the 6,000 day mark.
Yes, sir.
Dr. McCord, do you, I don't see a need for a motion with item 9.02. Is there some anticipation that the board take action on this item?
No, sir.
Very good. Board members, are you okay with simply having the information for discussion? I don't see a need for any motion related to item 9.02. So we move to item 10, which is adjournment. Item 10.01. Is there a motion?
I move to adjourn.
There is a motion to adjourn. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Mr. Carr. Typically, there is no discussion at this late hour, certainly none. All those in favor of adjournment, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, the same. Thank you for your attendance, those of you who stuck with us on live stream and those of you who came to the meeting. We are adjourned.